Wow. Wow, it actually totally disconnected. This is fucked up. Like, it totally disconnected and reconnected. Like, what am I supposed to do? Got counterspelled again. I know, right? I'm sitting at 82% dropped frames. And it's still dropping more. I see you. Hi. How's it going? I entered the code. I don't know if you can hear me. Oh, this is such dog shit. That probably split the YouTube VOD. I think that one definitely would split the YouTube one. Ow. I want to check something. I'm going to check something real quick, because I don't know if that's my internet or not. Restream down detector. I got audio but no video. That's okay. As long as y'all got audio, that's fine. I want to see system status restream. I want to see if it's what's going on is that I have a problem with connecting to restream. It says all of their shit has 100% uptime, but I don't fucking buy that. When was that? April 30th? Yeah, no. They say they have... They say they have 100% uptime, but who knows? Am I still dropping frames? Yep, we're at 83%. Yippee. Ow. No, there's no curve. It did it again. It fucking did it again. Hello? Okay, well, I've got good news. It disconnected and reconnected, and now I'm at 4,400 kilobits per second now. I think it's your OBS. Well, it just totally disconnected and reconnected, and now it's fine. I did actually lose internet there. I was trying to connect to Google, and it wouldn't go. It's something's up with my fucking internet lately, and it is pissing me the hell off. And I don't know how to diagnose it because I can't nail down what the issue is. What, you took away my frame? Ow! Well, anyways, we're back now. So check this out. I want to check this out. So I injected that code that Reality Glytch suggested, and we're about to see something here. I'm not gonna put this in as the ability, but just as like a thing, you know, just to see what it does. When this enters, gain X life. Did you see that? Did you see how it automatically added that up here? Did you see how it automatically did that? Look at that. And then if I get rid of it, it goes away. Watch. See, it's right here. Keep reading right here. Boom. It didn't go away. It didn't go. It didn't go away. Oh shit. Is it adding to itself? Hang on. Weird. It didn't go away. I wonder if this counts, or if I wonder if this is counting for this and it's making a feedback loop, or it just doesn't get rid of it. That's funny. Dang, squirrels think your internet tastes good. I know, right? I wonder if it was like a feedback loop. Like, it's not the end of the world. I fixed it. Yeah, it's counting itself, right? But that's fine, because it's better now. Once you get rid of it, it no longer counts, and then you put it back on, and it's fine now. So I think we're good, as long as I'm just aware of that little glitch. And I don't think there's any other way to do that. Yeah, I don't think there's another way to do that. Yeah. Oh, we're past that stage, reality glitch. We're way past that stage. Maybe. Also not my fault. No, it is your fault. Get banned for 4,000 years. Form a card reveal. Okay, so I think vigilance counter for a plains card. Shield counter on it and up to 2 creatures. Create 3 1/1 tokens. That's the green-white. Yeah, green-white is go wide. Okay. I think we got citizens down. So I think white's done again. Oh no, it's not, because I changed some things down here. So we got the Sentient Mimic. So far, Sentient Mimic is 3 white Tau for a 2/2, which can be generic in 1 life or white and this put a Tau counter on it, which is what white blue wants to do. Spells and abilities treat this card in any zone outside the battlefield as though it were all artifact types. Meaning, if you're running a red-white equipment deck and you go to search for an equipment, you can search for Sentient Mimic. It would be legal. If you were to return a Forma from the graveyard to the battlefield tapped, you can search for Sentient Mimic. What other funny artifact types are out there? You know, like if this were to escape out into the wide world, what random bullshit could you get away with this card? Because it functionally has artifact changeling. You know, equipment is my first thought. Of course, there's like the food. You could well, no, in any zone outside of the battlefield. So you can't sacrifice it as a food to Witch's Cauldron. Or Witch's Oven. You could search for Karn. How do I search for Karn with this? No, this is the one you would search for. Hang on, I want to look up artifact types. Because I know I do run an equipment deck, and so there would be some funny equipment shenanigans when it comes to this creature. Artifact types. Well, if I would do, maybe if I put MTG, maybe that would give me a better result. Clue, bobblehead, who cares about that? Blood, clue, you can't really search those up. Contraption, fuck that. Food, fortification. Oh, okay. Gold, we don't, gold's not a thing anymore. Incubator, I'm dropping some frames. Junk key, map, power stone. Power stone? Those are a thing. As long as isn't on the battlefield, spells and ability treated as, but that's what. Okay, vehicle, you could search for a vehicle and this would count. Yeah, so there's some shenanigans. I think this was very similar to my original wording. But I didn't have the spells and abilities part. Treat it as though it were all artifact types. There we go. Yeah, this could be funny. This could be really silly. And then I've changed it. I think moving a counter around is a little too much to do at common. So I've changed it to you can remove a Tau counter from him and gain 1 life. I could be really silly. I could be so silly. Oh my god. How did you know? Hello, Starab. Good morning. How are you? I lost the game. Fuck! Fuck! God damn it! Well, guys, everybody, thank you so much for coming out and hanging out and having a good time. I appreciate seeing all of you here. I lost the game, so I'm going to go move to Australia. You'll never hear from me again. God damn it, son of a bitch. How could you do this to me? God, I can't believe you. I can't believe you. Doing well, just set up the old PC. Might need a Wi-Fi booster. Not the game. I'm so mad. I'm so mad that you did that. I'm so... That one is your fault. Remove Tau counter. Target player exiles half his library. God, Spartan. Spartan. It's the rules. I know it's the rules. I know the Pope hasn't come out naked talking something about, like, wearing a Pikachu hat. I forgot what the exact rules to end the game are. I know that hasn't happened yet, but still. You don't have to type it. You just have to say it out loud. But yeah, you could remove a counter from Sentient Mimic to gain a life. He can enter with up to 3 counters on him with the Tau mana, and maybe more if I do shenanigans at higher rarities. And then there's Amalgam Heket, which is a sentient fused to a human. So it's going to maintain both types. I don't think I'm going to give it Citizen Synergies. I think it's still just going to be sentient bullshit. But there's room to play here. I haven't done anything with this card. We've got room to experiment. But we could do anything. Yeah. So I need to think either with Tau counters or with you could use meld with sentient stuff. I could. One of the issues I have run into, though, is this frame I have. Give it a second to load. That's taken a while. For the universes beyond frames, which are right here, there's no double sides. There's no double-faced ones. The Pope or the U.S. president loses the game on public television. Oh, so what you're saying is I should run for president. That would actually end it forever, and there would be so many pissed off millennials who sit there and go, "Oh my God, I remember the game. Oh, but it's over now." Could you imagine? That would be a media shitstorm, because now all of these media outlets are trying to research what the game is. Oh, that would be amazing. That would be my favorite political stunt of all time. Okay, 1 life and white having, yeah. So we could do anything here. It could be anything per Tau counter. Amalgam Heket. Now, let me look that up. That should be the melee unit. It's a guy with a sentient replacing his head, and he has a Warframe. A melee weapon. I know there's a version of him that has a giant hammer. Spartan. You're thinking way too strong. Think a common. What is a common you would put in a commander deck? Yes, I know what... Yeah, yep, I know the lore and the history behind the amalgams. I don't know why you don't show off the Alkonost in this list, but let's see. Amalgam Heket. No, that's the... Oh, I was wrong! This one has the sniper rifle. Well, sniper rifle. The sentient that looks like a sniper rifle. Spectralist drones. Probably not. 1 life or W for... Tau is paid with 1 and 1 life, or W and having this enter with an additional Tau counter. Is there something else I missed? Swap out 1 life. Are you saying that generic and 1 life is too much? Is that where I'm trying to get to? Because I was kind of thinking that. One lifer with W. Oh, it's the comma. Oh. Well, okay, fair enough. I thought the comma was enough to be like, it's, you know, here's cost 1, here's cost 2, and it would separate the player's eyes. But I guess the or would do that enough. Fair enough. That means I gotta do that everywhere, because I've been copy-pasting that bitch. Uh-oh. Ignore this, he's uncommon, we're not gonna work on him today. Cetus Wisp. Persist at home. Conculist is the common red. Battlist and Ortholist. Membroid. Membroid's one of my favorite ones, honestly. So simple. Sumulist. He's part of the go wide strategy. Brachiolist. We'll come back to this one, actually, because this one's part of a cycle that I want to talk about later. And ignore these, because these are still cooking and may not bake. Especially this guy. Especially ignore that guy. Then this one's fine. Okay. Alright. Tap, add 1 tau counter to target creature. Tap, remove 3 tau counters, proliferate. Proliferates? In terms of adding proliferate as a keyword to this set, I think the set's too full, but functionally proliferating is fine. And missing the second with. Having this enter with an additional tau counter on it. No, it's right. It's right there. Right? Right? Scared the shit out of me. Actually scared the shit out of me. I was lean the fuck in trying to read like if I was missing something here, and then that fucking vine boom my ear, like I was locked in. I was not ready for that. Is paid with 1 and 1 life or with. Ah, okay, so the with is the operative. Why did that undo the uh-oh? Oh no. Why are we... It's W. W should auto... Fuck you. Oh god, I gotta do that everywhere, don't I? For WWW, you can definitely do more than just convert counters for life. Oh, okay, alright. Well, one thought on the Mimic is that because he could be searched by so much shit that he has searchability, I didn't want to come in too strong. Because you could search for him with almost fucking anything. Now, if you cheat him onto the battlefield, you don't get the tau counters, and so that's fine. But because... like, Orican can always search for him since he'll count as a Forma. I didn't want to go too crazy. I didn't want to go too hard. I wanted to stay safe and then maybe turn it up from there. And I'm back. Welcome back. Did I not have... Did I get that? I did get that. Yeah. Or with. Bumplist with. Amalgam with. You were the 2 black ones, because black is not represented by sentience as much. And then I've got 3 reds. I've got 1 red at common, 2 at uncommon, which is the inverse of blue and white, where it's 2 at common and then 1 at uncommon. For some reason, it does not want to register the mana symbols in the italics. I'm back, and give the Moa haste. No, the regular Moa has haste. Because they roll like that. Whoops. I wonder if it's the italics setting that off. But I need the italics because it's in parentheses. And then There's actually not many sentients in Warframe as a whole. Like, there's actually not a lot. And so it's going to be very hard to try and not build them top down. Because I have very little to work with these things. And then core list. Does the Mimic have to be colored? 3 for an omni-searchable bear seems fine as a common colorless. Does it have to be colored? Not necessarily, but I think it fits well into artifact synergy decks, as white is the artifact color, and I would prefer to reduce the number of colorless sentients, as sentients want to be a colored faction, and I've already got a guy here that kind of does that. Even though it may be seeming that a spirit would rather be white, sentients are kind of weird with how they're allowed to be, like, ghost machines, and that is a thing they can do. This is like a hologram of a sentient that's created by other sentients. So it's in a weird spot. But I don't think this one should be colored, and I don't want multiple sentients that are colorless. I'm saying swap them. But he wouldn't have any abilities. And that would be the issue, because these things are super chump. These are super chump enemies. And so if I move him to white, this is a white 2-mana 1/1 does nothing. Oh, well, thanks for the sweater. Ow, and the string and the cheese. And then the colorless would have all the cool abilities on it. I don't know how I feel about that. I almost feel like switching this to colorless would actually be more top-down than bottom-up. Mimic is also way more blue than white. Is it really? Being searchable by any artifact search is actually a blue thing? Or is it the caring about outside of zones is blue? Not specifically the artifact shenanigans. Subtype manipulation. Okay, that is a little blue. That is. I've seen that on blue stuff like Xenographed. Love how I planned that out. Thanks. How are you? Your favorite worm is... He's had better days, but it looks like it's the internet stabilizing, I guess. I have been having a lot of technical issues today for some reason. And I'm really glad I did not play Baldur's Gate today, because that would have split me over the edge. Because Baldur's Gate gets me heated sometimes. I also feel like keeping this in white restricts it to the Orokin faction, which does want to search for artifacts. I could probably do more with gain 1 life here. You're not wrong about that. I don't get why. I think I get upset with Baldur's Gate 3 because I expect something different than what it provides. I love the game. Just wish they fixed the camera. That too. The camera needs some work. I do love the game, but I think what I want out of Baldur's Gate is not what Baldur's Gate is delivering. And so maybe there's some expectation stuff there, but also I hate it when the dice just fuck with me. Also, artifact that can fit in any artifact deck absolutely needs to be colorless. But does it, though? Because vehicles are weighted towards Esper. And equipment is weighted towards Boros. At least when it comes to the decks I've seen that have those synergies. I know food is going to be like your greens and blacks, but who cares? Who gives a shit about food? You like food. You don't search your library for a food or bring a food back from your graveyard. Nobody cares about that. Treasure is going to be the same way. Vehicles are also Boros. Right. But that's white. And those are going to be the artifact subtypes that you search for. So the mimic will disguise itself as an artifact that you can search for, and then it hits the battlefield and goes, "Surprise! I'm a creature." Because I didn't want to repeat the same thing with the mimic from Dungeons and Dragons, which is a artifact treasure, and then you can make it a creature. I feel like that would have been like too cheap. And of course I wanted this to have sentient synergies. So having him, you know, make it look like he's anything else in your library, I think would be kind of a funny way to do it. Support for subtype and cards with a subtype are two different things. Support for subtype and cards with a subtype are two different things. That's not untrue. And I don't disagree that it's blue that he can turn into other stuff. Let me see, what are my blue sentients doing? Oculist. I changed it to combat damage to a player, draw a card for each Tau counter on it, which is default 1. Or like default 0, normal up to 1, and then maybe you could do some shenanigans later. That's extremely blue. So slotting him in there is not the greatest idea. There is Cetus Wisp, though, and I haven't figured out what I want to do with Cetus Wisp. That I could move to white, and then I can move Mimic down to here at common and change up the colors of Mimic. Right? I would have to change what Mimic does when it hits the battlefield, but I have some ideas. And Wisp is a blank slate right now, so we can do something simple with that. I mean, it's going to be like a 1/1 or a 0/1, but it's a blank slate. We have shit to work with here. And being in blue still allows Mimic to synergize with the Orokin faction. At least it'll be in the colors. Not that that matters too much, because you can splash sentience. Let's do that as an experiment. Move him over to white. Why are you not sorting? Hello? Oh, right. There we go. That's why. Well, you will be number 17. Sentient Mimic, you will move over to 18. Blue. Whoops. Put the V back. There we go. Except it does not like the symbols here. Okay. Yeah. So then I just gotta go back and fiddle with him a bit. Whoops. Red, white, equipment vehicle, green, white, blue, clue. White, blue, green, food. Is it really white, blue, green is food now? Blue, black, red, green is treasure. I could go on, but colorless artifact, omnifact synergies with everything, even more than a colored one. Yeah. However, I gotta say, I gotta say, like, hang on, food is now white, blue, green, black, green. Oh my God, never mind. I'm in it. You're right. The brain cell. It's streamer brain. Okay, listen. Yeet. Ow. But it can be splashed. But when it comes to colorless synergy, it can be splashed. Ugh. But subtype manipulation is certainly more blue than anything else. Remove a Tau counter from Sentient Mimic. We're not getting a life if it's going to be in blue. Tap, move a counter from this to target permanent. Blue would care about that. Blue would care about that, and it doesn't matter if it's a Tau counter anymore. If you're doing counter shenanigans, you could put other counters on this in blue-white. Hell, you could form a this and then later discover that was a bad idea, so Sentient Mimic can move the counter over. That could work. So at default, you could have up to 3 Tau counters, and I'm Jello now. Look at me go. I'm a juggly little... Ah! Why? Abuse! Ah, squeaky boy! It's so much volume. Ow! So, you wiggle here often, little guy? What, you just hanging out? You staring at the ceiling? Anything up there I need to be worried about? Is that gonna be all? Are you done here? Yes, he is. Okay, good. Move a counter from Sentient Mimic to target permanent. Ow! Stop! Not you two! Not just the group bullying! Ow! Hey! What's with all these bottoms in my chat, huh? Ow! Not the provolone! Stop with the provolone! Okay, now I've got 2 blank slates here in white. No cheeses! There, thanks. Ow! Well, thanks for it not being provolone, I guess. Ow! Do you like the cheese, Kira? Ow! Okay, we're just bullying me now. Cetus Whiff, Sentient Spirit. They're like a teeny tiny thing and they can't even do damage. So that will, ow, that will be a 0/1 for sure. What bonuses could you get out of a 0/1? Ow. I'll probably keep it at 1 mana here. That actually would be like a really good way to do that. Counters matters. Sacrifice a gain a life for each counter on it. Scry. You could scry with this guy. These are, these things are built to, like, observe. Of course I'm using my points for fun. Of course you are. Yeah, these things are designed to use, ow. Are sort of, not like scouts, but not unlike scouts either. I could put it like a scry X, where X is the number of Tau counters on this. Waiting for a cheese card? Not in this deck. There's no cheese in Warframe yet. Let me try X, where X is the number of... Does that work? Wait, hang on. I need to put a comment. I need a separator. There we go. 1 mana 0/1, scry 0 or scry 1. You could Sentient Mimic and put more counters on him if you wanted to. Which might make it a little powerful. I could put like a 1. I could do like a 1 here, depending on if this one gets too strong by putting counters on it. Hell, I could put a white there. I could. There's nothing stopping me from doing that. Repeatable scry like that is blue, not white. Okay, good to know. That was going to be one question. Scry X is kind of strong. Then enters the battlefield. When it enters the battlefield, scry? Or is this... Could I do white card draw here? Could I do enters the battlefield, draw a card in white? Because we're starting to have precedent for that some white spells are cantripping. Though usually those are 2 mana, not 1 mana. Could I have this cantrip for every Tau counter on it? Or if it has a Tau counter on it? If it has a Tau counter on it, cantrip 1, then it should be 1 mana, I think. Gain 1 life, plus 1 life for each Tau counter on it. That's not terrible. That's not a bad idea. Very white coated. And this, it would not, you know, it wouldn't be too broken. It's a 0/1. If I were to do draw a card for every Tau counter on it, though, that would certainly be a 1 and a white. Tap. I could do that. You could also... I could do a sacrifice. No, I want to keep sacrificing to blue and black, so no sacrifice mechanic here. Plus 1 life for each Tau counter on it. So that works. So... Oh, hey, hang on. Check that out. Look at the synergy here. You could pay a red and 1 life to cast this. On your next turn, you tap it to gain that life back. Sure, and now you've got a chump blocker. Or, if you pay a white mana, you tap it, you gain 2 life. And then this could be the resource that lets you gain life to offset Splashing Sentience. Aha! Because he can tap to gain a life. Ah, okay, alright. I see there's a thing here. So if you need to splash Sentience and you don't have the lands in the right colors to cast it, having a Cetus Wisp out is the way to offset the damage that Sentience do. Yeah. And then further into the game, this scales and becomes more powerful. I like it. Actually, Sentient Mimic goes crazy because it can move the counters on it, and this was one thing I was worried about. Because if we go to Membroid down here, remove a Tau counter from Membroid, add 1 mana of any color, Sentient Mimic can, like, maintain that engine for a while. But that's cool. I think that's cool. So Membroid's not in the main Sentient colors, but you can use it for mana fixing to cast your Sentience. Or, in the main Sentient colors, you just recover the life that you've been spending. I like it. Big fan, actually. Now, what does the sniper do? What does a sniper do in white? Especially when the sniper's not your typical, like, bolt-action sniper rifle, but the sniper rifle is made out of a creature and fires energy bolts, and the energy bolts dissolve into a cloud of gas when they hit some. Like, what does that look like in white? I'm thinking Vigilance. Something maybe Vigilance related, but I've been doing a lot of Vigilance shenanigans. These things don't really leave the Jupiter tile set very a lot, so looking for a land is probably not in this wheelhouse. Creating a clone of something is blue coded. Even though that Hekats can make clones, I'm probably not going to have that mechanic reflected here. hating on flying is green coded. The white can't sniper could just be reach first strike. Reach is mostly green, but it can be outside of that, right? Occasionally. Since white is adjacent to green, I could be like, you could have reach. You could have reach as a... first strike, but integers was the reach counter if it has a tau counter. Like, maybe. Possibly. Potentially. Or first strike, its power is equal to the tau counters it has. Or is scaling power like that an uncommon thing? Hang on. So, like, he's a squish... Whoops. And then I'll do +1, because we need a minimum power. Or could I just define that by the... Hang on. Is it 1 or 1? Also, why did I do a plus sign there? There we go. And then first strike. This is starting to feel red. This is starting to feel a little red. In a bad way. If I have to move it, that's fine. No, it's not. It's not fine. It's not okay. That feels a little red, but... am I in a fun design space? At least? Like, toughness feels more white-coded. Which I could do. I could probably switch it to toughness. Oh, easy way to look at this. MTG Demigod. Images. Perfect. Daxos blessed by the sun. It is toughness, right? It is. Anax's power, who's red. Cool. All right. Yeah, I'll make it toughness. And this way, there's no minimum toughness here. Tough. 1 plus the number of tau counters on it. And then I think this would probably be good as like a double white. And then... That's first strike for 2. Two, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3. Hang on, I gotta... It's overreaching. There we go. The text was reaching into the power toughness box. We're good. I think that works. I think that works. I don't think it needs reach. Even if he has a sniper, I don't think he needs reach in this case. I think this works. Sentient human, first strike, toughness is 1 plus the number of tau counters on it. Do I need to put equal to? I think I'll put equal to. Well, let me take. What do the demigods say? Is equal to your devotion to. Okay, so yeah, equal to. I need that. Got it. Then now I need to reduce the number of spaces I have because I think that changed how the. Yeah, it did. Okay, good. Good. Cool. Little sentient, big sentient. Poor little guy. You hit him with a -1/-1, and he's just gone. He withers. Alright. We're gonna skip that for now, but I kind of know what I want that to look like, but we're just gonna skip it for now. Shield Osprey. Combat damage, create a treasure. We figured that out. Crewman. Target player draws a card, another player creates a treasure token. That's cool ability. 4 more counters on a permanent or a permanent entity you control with 1 or more counters on it. Draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. We've already figured that out. Rig Jockey, we've got Lift Together. What can he do when he lifts together? He's a 1/6 for 4. Huh. Put a stun counter on up to X target creatures. I think that works. But I mean, it is counternomics. I'd make it reach plus, has first strike as long as it has a counter. Well, let's rewind. First strike as long as it has a Tau counter on it. So no payoffs. Whoops, thought I sent that already. Whoops. I was wondering. I was like, oh, he went quiet. Maybe he's in the restroom. Oh, yeah. Well, can I skip this next ad real quick? I cannot. It will not let me. Damn it, I'm too late. Giving it first strike conditionally, I think, would be kind of cool. But, yeah, and I definitely can't do both. That's too much to do on a common. Well, let's see. Reach has first strike as long as it has a Tau counter on it. Yeah, the demigods are uncommon, and they don't really do much outside of devotion. In fact, I can make you a 1. Star is solved for at all times in all zones for counters that'll only ever be on the battlefield. +0, +1 for each. Well, so originally it was 1 plus the Tau counters. So if there's 0 Tau counters on it, if it's not on the battlefield, then it's just 1, right? It would have just been a 2/1. But then if it enters the battlefield with all these Tau counters on it, then that would go up. Yeah? Like, that would still be solved. I didn't, like, there wasn't an issue there. It was just the issue of common load. Anyways. You know, how much shit you can put on a common, and it was starting to feel a little bit more like an uncommon ability. First strike as long as it has a Tau counter on it. Sure. I guess it can be greedy. And I'm giving you 2 opportunities to pay. Three mana for a 2/1 reach first strike. Let's take a look at my other first strikers in white. 2 mana for a 1/3. Culvern. 3 mana for a 1/4. 3 mana for a 2/1. The stats are inverted here. That doesn't feel very white to invert the stats. These feel like red stats. But it is also my only white creature with power higher than its toughness. Gets +0, +1 for each Tau counter on it. I could either do that or the first strike. I don't think I should get away with both. At least at common. Like, I could do the +1, +0 on another creature at uncommon, which could potentially be this uncommon guy, but we're not working on him today, just as a thought experiment. I could do that at like uncommon and then have an additional effect as well. But at common, I can either do the first strike or the +0/+1. I don't think it would be fair to do both. Even if I were to up the cost of this. Reach. First strike minimum 1. And then toughness plus per Tau is E. Yeah, it would feel uncommon to do all that on one card. I'm definitely going to hold on to the toughness, though. +0/+1 for later. We'll do that elsewhere. I promise. Hey, if I'm doing it at uncommon, it could be sentient creatures you control get +0/+1 for each Tau counter on it. Like, that could be the thing. At uncommon and up, I could start doing the go wide shit. Void Rig. Well, hang on. Now we're in blue here. Crewman, Suda Agent, Rig Jockey. Rig Jockey! +0/+1 counters are not a thing anymore, and I'm not going to make them a thing in this set. I could do shield counters again. Let's go with V white, 2/2 reach with 1 counter, first strike with 2. Ooh. Ooh, that's sick. So there's 3. See, that's originally why I was thinking about the leveler frames. Only because I could do that exact chicanery. And then 2, so it's actually weaker now at base. As long as it has a counter on it. And first strike. Well, hang on. Has reach as long as it has a Tau counter on it. And then first strike as long as it has more than 1 Tau counter on it? The clearest way would be to separate that into 2 lines. I don't know if I want to do that, but let's separate it into 2 lines and then I can fix it later. Has first strike as long as it has more than 1 Tau counter on it. It is effectively adding another set mechanic. Okay, you're not wrong. It was just it's struggling for counters matters. First strike as long as it has more than 1 Tau. Yeah, I don't like how that works. And this way it changes depending on the kinds of counters you're putting on it. 2 or more. As long as it has 2 or more. I could just do comma and. I think comma and works. I think that works, right? Comma and. Amalgam Heket has reach as long as it has a Tau counter on it, and first strike as long as it has 2 or more. Oh, and 2/2. There we go. Because white usually doesn't lean aggressive. They do need to be separate lines. Okay, all right, fair enough. Damn it. Hang on. There we go. I'm chopping the bottom with space bars, but nobody will ever know. And see, that feels like the sentient adapting. And that was like, oh man, it'd be so cool if I could leveler frame on this. But it takes up a bunch of space. I did discover on the leveler frame, even if I do the power and toughness on the very bottom one, it doesn't put it in the corner here. It puts it on the side, and that's no good. That's no bueno. Ah. One or more rather than a, since it's in the context of two or more. So as long as it has one or more, because there's another, because of this line 2. Because the line 2 exists, I need line 1 to match it in this scenario. Line 2, okay. 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 Two mana, 2/2. Depending on how you pay for it, it could have reach and first strike, or reach, or none of them. Sentient human. Ironically, that does feel kind of like an amalgam. It do be amalgaming. And I keep going back to, okay. Let me take a look at Solaris Frenchman, because this is putting counters on it and 2 other creatures. They're allowed to be wordy as long as it's simple in execution. And this is simple, yeah. This is reach and, well, this is nothing and or reach and or first strike. Put a shield counter on this and of the 2 creatures that lifted it together. Because I need to think about the way citizens work and how white-blue cares about counters. Or I don't. I mean, I did think about this earlier when I said this guy can put a shield counter on it and up to 2 creatures that lifted it together. Functionally speaking, that's Gene Stamp. It's not the same as Gene Stamp, but it has a similar execution to Gene Stamp. Shield counters do. Which is in white. And you could run in the Grenier deck if you really wanted to. But shield counters might be too strong. Grant indestructible on a common? On a common? Is that a thing? Indestructible on a common? I could do that? Is that legal? Even if it's till the end of turn? Sheltering Light is uncommon, and that gives one thing indestructible, plus scry 1 at instant speed. I definitely do think get rid of shield. I agree with get rid of shield counters. I was kind of feeling iffy about that to begin with. It's fine because until end of turn and 2 sorcery speed. That is true because Sheltering Light is instant speed plus scry 1. I just want to see what the precedent is here. Goldmire Bridge comes in indestructible, but that's a land. I mean, that's cool, you know? +1/+1 until the end of turn. If you have 5 or less life, those creatures are also indestructible. That's a 2-mana instant, but super conditional at common. Okay, destroy target artifact or enchantment, instant speed. That's disenchant. That's not indestructible. Okay. I feel like we're setting precedent with this one, but okay. So it will enters the battlefield. Untap up to 2 creatures that lifted it together. They are, well, hang on. They gain indestructible, or yeah, or have indestructible until the end of turn. Indestructible until the end of turn. Wow, let me do that. Four mana, 3/4, sorcery speed, enters the battlefield, makes 2 of your creatures indestructible? Or should it be 1 that lifted it? I mean, granted, it is requiring that you lift this creature to make it happen. I feel like it would be better if it was just 1. And Solaris Wrenchman doesn't need to be indestructible because he doesn't have haste. He's not going to attack this turn. There's no point in that. Going wide feels more than common. That's the deal. Is the wider you go, the less common it feels. At 0 mana, just is indestructible. That's funny. That's all it is. No, that's a mythic. I feel like it needs to be 1. I feel like it needs to be 1. I think 1. It's not really doing counter shenanigans, but I think that's fine. Especially at 4 mana. I'm noticing my chat box is empty. Yeah, I hope Reality Glitch didn't glitch out of reality again. Just saying, in case the thing happened where Twitch lost connection, like it does. I can get away with enters. You're right. You're right. They did change that. I've been doing that. I just forgot. As per Bloomborough. True. Comma, right? When Solaris Wrenchman enters, untap a creature that... yeah. I definitely need the separator here. Does Live Together need the separator here? As you cast the spell, you may tap any number of citizens you control. Does it need that separator? Separate trigger from... Okay, good. Okay, that's important. I was wondering... I thought, like, maybe I need a comma there. Then I guess that means that one does need that separator in the reminder text. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Okay. That's not so bad then if it's a 3/4 or a 4-mana 3/4. It's harder to cast. It's a big guy. Makes one thing indestructible for a turn. And you have to have another creature out willing to tap to make this indestructible. Sorcery speed. No surprises here. That feels better. Yeah, okay. Much better. What about his friend? His 4-mana 1/6 friend. What can we do here? Switching Lift together to as an additional cost to cast a spell. Ah, true. True. Tap any number. Okay. Works for me. Because we're not using the same language as Convoke anymore. But it still works. It still works. What does his friend do in blue? What does blue do? Is blue doing counters? Blue can put stun counters on things, and in a weird synergy, you can put stun counters on your own shit. Not that would be bad, but you could. If you have something that checks for the different kinds of counters on it, a stun counter is a kind of counter. Untapped. You're right. I figured that was kind of assumed because you can't tap something that's tapped. But being extra clear. It's always nice to be extra clear. So blue is card draw, blue is rummage, a blue is scry. It's also Island Walk, but we're not doing Island Walk here. At least not on this guy. Action would be ignored while still counting. Oh, so I couldn't tap it, but I could still declare it as tapped for the spell. Yeah, that would be bad. Okay, I see. Exactly. Good. All right. Because Convoke says for each creature you tap this way, it pays for 1 mana of its mana cost, but I don't have that language here anymore, so we have to say untapped. You are exactly correct. This is one of those weird things with Magic the Gathering where it just has some weird specific bullshit where that would count. We're still in blue. Blue is the permanent. This is the one that cares about entering with counters. I've had a couple ideas here. I'm trying to filter them out in my head. Cause, enters the battlefield scry X. But that could get kind of silly. That could get kind of really, really silly. Especially a common. What is the reminder text for Discover? Discover is Cascade, right? It is. Is Discover a specific mechanic? It might be too much to do that. Hang on, does Discover put it on the battlefield or into your hand? Cast it without paying its mana cost. Or put it into your hand. Holy shit, that's fucked. But... okay, there's an angle here, but I need opinions on this because I'm not familiar with Discover, since that's a newer ability, and I don't want to fuck with that if I don't know what I'm doing. So, MTG Discover. Let me take a peek at that. That is fucking crazy. So, that's relatively new. Okay, you cast it, Discover 3. That's in red. We're seeing Discover synergies in green, white, red. I'm seeing Discover in white. Interesting. Is Discover not in blue? Discover's... I see a Discover in Bant. I have no idea what is going on, but looks interesting. Well, hi, welcome in, Vladokov Jamin. But hi, welcome in, first time chatter. I am designing a Magic the Gathering set in the Warframe universe. So there's a couple degrees of separation here. And right now, in my other monitor that y'all can't see on screen, I am looking up the Discover mechanic because there's a possibility to use it here. But I also want to make sure that I'm not injecting something into my set that's too crazy, and it could be crazy, especially because Discover seems to be a lot. And my sets are already kind of full of mechanics at this point. I thought maybe I could use just Discover here as like a thing, as like a one-off on this creature, but that might be too much. And blue does not seem to be using Discover very much at all. I see Discover on an artifact in colorless. Oh, that's fucking crazy. Discover 5 once a turn. Holy shit. But it seems like Discover's mostly red. Well, there's... hang on. Hurl into history. Discover X. Huh. Discover is too much. Yeah. Yeah, no, you're... man. Discover's too much. Okay. I could hang on to that for the commander deck, though. Yeah, Discover's Cascade, but updated, yeah. So, I could hang on to Discover. I could do that in, like, a commander deck. Because Live Together does have the X condition. Where if you ask for X, Live Together will say X is the number of citizens you control. Discover's Cascade updated. Yeah, I'm not super familiar with it, but in terms of how they use it in Ikoria, it looks like Discover is Bant specific and not 5-color, meaning I probably shouldn't be using it unless I want to make that a main set mechanic, and I don't have room for another main set mechanic. So no Discover then. Which is good. Warframe's not usually about discovery. Usually. Ow! Hi, Death. Hey, how's it going? Ow! Oh, is this the calling card? Where's the projectile? There it is. How you doing? Welcome in. Live Together. So then we're back to, like, Scry or Rummage. Hang on, let me take a peek at Scry X. Rare. Okay. Cascade Seer has Scry X at common, but that checks for creatures in your party, which is a maximum of 4. And I guess a minimum of 1, because Seer is a wizard. That's pay energy Scry at common. Scry 1, draw a card for 1 mana. That's opt. Scry 3 at common for a 2 mana 1/1 flyer. Okay. Look at the top X cards of your library. You may reveal an artifact card from among them, put it into your hand, then put the rest of the bottom of your library in it. Okay, Solaris Rig Jockey. Yeah, Solaris would kind of care about artifacts, and that leans into Corpus caring about artifacts, and Corpus do enslave the Solaris. That's where they come from. Yeah, okay. Okay, that rides that line. All right, fair enough. I like that. That's not bad. It's better than just scry, because now you're narrowing it down to set mechanics. Look at the top X cards, and there it is. X is the number tapped. It auto adds it. Of your library, you may reveal an artifact card from among us, them, and put it into your hand. Then put the put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. I guess the order doesn't really matter, but random order is fine. Okay, when it enters, look at the top X cards of your library. You may reveal an artifact card from among them and put it into your hand, then put the rest of the bottom of your library in any order. This is a 1/6 for 4. Lift together. You could whiff on that, because you could lift together for nothing, but that's a 4 mana, so if you don't have any citizens out, what are you doing? I might have to update the Solaris to make them artifact creatures because of how much of them is replaced with prosthetics. But for now, I think that works. And that does... Oh shit, that works in... Oh shit, that works in Orican. Because Orican care about Forma. Fuck. He does everything. If we're talking about Corpus, what about Face of Villainous Choice? Corpus have been through a bunch of iterations, and what I landed on was treasure matters. It does matter. If you only have X or fewer cards in your library, any order would let you... Okay, fair enough. You know what? You're right. It does matter. True enough. However, then Shuffle would solve that. But I think digging through your deck to learn what you're missing out on and doing stuff like that is more fun than Shuffle. This way you can be like, oh shit, I had to pass up on something good, and then you have to deal with the fact that's somewhere on the bottom of your library now. I think that'd be fun. Yeah, okay, I like this. This works. Deals combat damage to a player, you may create a token copy of a form you control. Yeah, so Solaris Rig Jockey works in the Orican deck, even though that's a flavor fail. He works in the Orican deck to dig for artifacts. He works in the Citizen deck because Citizen lift together shenanigans. And then he works in the Corpus deck because the Corpus enslaved the Solaris as debt slaves, and he can go get artifacts for the Corpus. Token that is a copy of. You may create a token that is a copy of a form of you control. Cool. Got it. Thank you. So he works anywhere there's blue, he works. That's funny. Man is just looking for a job. He's out. This man's looking for employment. Should target his... should it target? Yes. There's a copy of target. How did I not do that? Got it. Yeah, no, that should target. Because then an opponent should have the balls to try and destroy that artifact when it's being targeted. That would be kind of funny. And then Void Rig. We cooked on Void Rig. Void Rig has been cooked, and we have left him alone since then. Okay, Suda Agent. Good. Draws a card, another player creates a treasure token. Right. This stuff about to get confusing when I get to Stalker. So how I'm doing this is I'm doing 250 to 300 cards bottom-up design. So I design a card, and then I try to fit the Warframe universe to the card. Then, for all of the Tenno, all of the Warframes, that is being built in another set, which I will then add to this one later, and they will be top down. And I will be building them as if they were rares. But in the draft environment of this set, the Tenno are going to be special rarity, so there'll be this purple one, and they will always come at the back of a pack. So they're not going to be built. The Tenno are not going to be built to the 250 to 300 card draft set. They're going to kind of want to do their own thing, but they're going to feel special and flashy and like, oh cool, look, I made a custom showcase frame for them. I built this that uses the galvanized mod from Warframe. So they're going to feel different in hopefully a good way. Masterpieces. Technically they're at masterpiece rarity, but I made it so you can change the color of the masterpiece to purple. That is the thing. Like, actually, let me take it. I can show you down here. So if you take a look at this, don't read it here, but just take a look at the rarity symbol. It's a masterpiece, right? Which masterpiece defaults to mythic. I made a setting where you can choose the masterpiece color. So they'll technically be masterpieces, but I'll make them purple so they're special rarity. This way, if there's a weaker Tenno, it doesn't be like, oh, why is this weaker Tenno mythic colored? Why is it using the mythic color if it's not mythic power level? Then I can just be like, no, it's special. It's special rarity. So now it doesn't come with the idea that it's supposed to be crazy powerful. I don't even remember if Stalker is a Tenno. I'm not going to spoil anything too much when it comes to Jade Shadows, but as far as I'm going to give it, he is at least a Warframe. That's all I'm going to say. He is at least a Warframe and will be one of the Warframes in the Warframe side of the set. So there are 57 Warframes in the game that you can earn, and then there's Excalibur Umbra, who is a legendary variant of Excalibur, and then Stalker, who is also a legendary Warframe. So there's going to be 59 total, plus however any more DE releases while I'm working on this set. Eventually, I'll have to stop, but for now, I'm at 59. Technically 60 if you count 2 of them being a meld, and there's another one on the back. But 59. But I'll be doing that later, because I want to get this all figured out and get that done, and then do the Tenno, because the Tenno are like the sides. They're like the dessert. They're the dessert. This is the main course. And then, oh god, what would that make the commander decks be? Like the after party schnack? I don't fucking know. Anyways, we got blue figured out. Let me go down to Oculus now. Draw a card for each Tau counter on it, and it can enter with 1. Deals combat damage to a player. Cool. Yeah. Sentient Mimic. We moved him down. There's an argument to be made for him to be colorless, but he's got some blue type flavoring right now. And I would prefer if colorless was just totally neutral, doesn't do anything. I played the story to the point of that the Lost Universe with the floating islands and whatnot. Ah, the Realm of Duviri. After that, someone traded me a black platinum hacked, and oh god, I've heard about this. I've heard about this being an issue lately. Yeah, so I know that he is for sure Warframe, but I don't know if he is Tenno, but I can't remember it for some reason. Well, our lore of him being a Tenno or not is not clear. They actually don't go into that too much. But we know for a fact he is at least a Warframe. And we get, in the most recent update, we get a little bit more of his past with the Jade Shadows. Oh man, yeah, I've seen that issue when it comes to people doing the black platinum, where it's not that it's hacked. What they'll do is they'll buy up a bunch of platinum and then trade with a bunch of people on the Warframe market for shit like Prime stuff and mods and gear, and then they'll go back to their credit card and back charge the credit card to get their money back. And Warframe goes, well, that platinum is tracked, so that platinum gets refunded, and they'll deduct it from everyone's accounts. And if your account goes into the negatives, you get banned. Tenno and Warframe aren't interchangeable. Technically, I'm going to make the creature type Tenno, just to keep it simple. Because it'll be a creature type. Though Tenno would be the faction type. I might have to change it to Warframe. I might have to change the creature type to Warframe when I get there. In the lore, though, they're referred to as the Tenno, as sort of like the faction type. It's semi-interchangeable. The actual Warframe itself is the Warframe, but they're generally referred to as the Tenno because most of the system doesn't have the concept of the separation between the Tenno and the Warframe. Though the Tenno would be specifically the operator that pilots the Warframe. But for them, I'm gonna make them planeswalkers. Because they're planeswalkers. They can walk the different realms of Warframe, being that there's only 3 of them. Well, no, there are some pocket dimensions. There's the Granum Void. There's the datascapes that the Cephalons make to store all of their data. Those are technically pocket dimensions. But the operator can go between those at will, as long as they have a anchor point. So, like, if their Warframe is in the Void, but their ship is in the real world, they can, use the anchor point of their ship to teleport between those 2 locations. So it's basically planeswalking. And they can survive the Void, which is like the Blind Eternities, and then use the Blind Eternities' powers. So they're planeswalkers. they're planeswalkers. Aren't Tenno made? No. So we did get specification. I don't know if you played the War Within or not. The lore is the Tenno originally were just normal-ass children on a colony ship called the Zariman 10-0. And the job of the colony ship was to jump to the nearby star system Seti Tau and colonize it for the Orokin Empire, in the Orokin Empire's name. As is, everything the Orokin Empire did, it went wrong. War Within, yes. So the Zariman jumped into the Void, but failed to complete the jump and got lost in the Void. And as the Void does, it corrupts the minds of people that are in it and made everyone go crazy, except the kids. The children did not go mad. In fact, they were fine in the Void. They absorbed its powers. I guess if you're not going to be able to play Warframe, I'm going to try to keep the spoilers minimum, but there is some stuff I'm going to have to spoil. The reason why they gained powers is that in the Zariman, the man in the wall, the consciousness of the Void itself made manifest, appeared to us and asked us to make a pact, a Fey pact, if you will. And when we did, it gave all of the children the Void powers that they have, including our Tenno, which is the one that specifically made the deal. Ship made a kaboom. It didn't go kaboom, but it got lost. And then when the Zariman reappeared from the Void, the Orokin reclaimed it, found the children on board were tainted by the Void and had powers and shit. And they're like, oh, fuck this. But instead of executing them, Archimedean Margulis made a case for the Tenno and was able to put them through a therapy and put them into a dreamlike stasis. I know the ship is like stuck in the Void, people trying to stay like, yeah, only the children survived and not get consumed. Yeah. And that dreamlike stasis was then worked on later during the Old War when the Sentients attacked the Orokin Empire, and they discovered, well, these fucking Warframes we built, these autonomous Warframes, they go mad. They try to kill us instead of the Sentients. We can't control them anymore. They don't do what we tell them to do. Hang on, we got these magic space children with mind powers. We can hook them up to the Warframes, and that's kind of the creation of the Tenno. And so then that would turn the tide of the Old War. The Tenno and as piloting the Warframes were able to destroy the Sentients. And then when that happened, the Tenno piloting the Warframes destroyed the Orokin Empire because the Orokin are gross and disgusting and deserve to die. And that was the Old War. So yeah, the Orokin were kind of responsible for the Tenno, but they didn't deliberately make them. It was a series of unfortunate accidents. We do get to go to the Zariman now, though. That is a tile set we have in the game. It's some endgame stuff, but it's cool shit. It is really cool shit. Peak cinema. Yeah. So, the Tenno specifically are the human operators, but people don't know that. That's a secret to the wider system, so usually it's the Warframes that are referred to as Tenno, because you're supposed to keep up the illusion that there's a person in the suit. whereas the Warframe is actually just made out of a victim. is a biomechanical suit built out of somebody who was sacrificed to create them. Sorry if you didn't know that. Spoilers. I might change the creature type of the Warframes to Warframe when I get there. I might just do that. It would make more sense if I did. I'm still on the fence if they should be artifact creatures or not. Hello? Why are we not... Oh, shit, that lagged the fuck out. Uh-oh. That one sentient knows first. Yes, Hun Hao, the father of the Lotus. Yes, he was the war leader of the old war, and we did defeat him, or so he says. Which is funny that Stalker teams up with him, because Stalker is mad at us for destroying the Orokin Empire, which the Sentients wanted to do. But they get better. They get cooler as the plot goes on. We have more interactions with Stalker and Hun Hao in the new war and Jade Shadows, and it's actually kind of sick. They come around in a really interesting way. We got the Mimic, we got the Oculist. I'm skipping all of the uncommon shit. And I have to pee. So hang on. I'm going to use the restroom, and I'm going to get myself a snack because I'm starting to get the sugar shakes. Like, I'm starting to get hungry, something fierce. So I'll be right back. Y'all be good, and then we'll get back into working on this.
Is this real? The fear I feel when the noise starts dying down. Is it true that there's a place for you when the sun burns out? Don't you fear that it's too late to turn the tide? These machines were never built to make things right. Wake me now. The world outside is dying while we slowly drown. Not living, just surviving. Locked in your paradise, a sanctuary burns while you play God. As above, so below, so below. Is there a cure? The sky obscured and the monsters crawling out. I'm not scared, I won't die in here while the world burns down. Don't you fear that it's too late to turn the tide? These machines were never built to burn alive. Wake me now. The world outside is dying while we slowly drown. Not
I'm back. So yeah, the Nataruk and the new war and all that. Okay, so you are up to speed with new war. Cool. Yeah, we get one more interaction with them with Jade Shadows, though it's very brief. But yeah, with Narmer and taking over the system and the invasion of the Sentients for the second time during the new war, it's cool shit. I definitely was not going to add Narmer to the main set here because they're a whole other faction, and I've already got 5 main factions plus a bonus faction on the Sentients end. So I was thinking of, once I get done with this set, I could do like 4 pre-con commander decks, and that would be perfect for Narmer. Narmer would be perfect as a commander deck, because then I could have Ballas, or at least the Sentient Amalgam Ballas, as the commander of that deck, and then the secondary commander could be like Era, but he also transforms into Pazul on the backside, or it's just always Pazul on the backside, you know? I mean, it's just always Pazul. Are Sentients artifact creatures? In this deck they are. I will be treating them like that. Because they technically are machines. They're self-replicating machines. And even though they are alive and self-aware and can reproduce, I'm treating them like artifact creatures. I think it's fair. This is a very artifact-heavy set, too. Oh, I got some cheese. I got some granola. Double face cards have logistical issues in pre-con set. No, you're right. You are entirely right, because the way they print pre-con decks, they can't really do double-sided cards. You need like a bigger printer sheet to be able to do double-sided, and that works for main sets and stuff. Doesn't really work well for pre-cons. And that's why we don't see any commanders in any pre-con commander deck that is a double-sided card. No, you are completely correct about that. So Pazul will probably be the one-sided card, as he's the second leader of Narmer after you take out Ballas. And he'll be a Sentient Archon. And he'll run the second theme of the Narmer deck. Well, there are Phyrexians in Magic already. Artifact creatures. Yeah. No, and if you look here, just like the Phyrexians, I gave the Sentients their own mana symbol. They have Tau mana. So Tau mana is paid with a generic mana and 1 life, or you can pay for its color, and this enters with a Tau counter on it. And then Sentients will care about having Tau counters on them. So like Cetus Wisp, you can gain a life plus an extra life for each Tau counter on Cetus Wisp. He can have 0 or 1 on him, or any more you can fit. I think they could use the token sheet, but I haven't seen that yet. Okay. They haven't done it yet, meaning whoever suggested it got shot down really hard. Because you know the Magic designers are like, wouldn't it be cool to have a commander deck that cares about transforming? Like energy? Sort of. But energy counters are for you, whereas Tau counters are for the creature. So, in this one, he's got 2 white Tau. If he has 0 Tau counters, he's a 2/2. If he has 1 Tau counter, he has Reach. And if he has 2 or more, he has Reach and First Strike. So, Sentients, this is how I'm representing the way Sentients evolve and adapt. More like completed, kind of close to completed. Yeah. I tried to make it closer to completed in the past, but we've kind of moved away from that. Only because the keyword I wanted to use is similar to a keyword that's already in Magic the Gathering, and Reality Glytch is going to chomp my head off if I try. But I might. I fucking might. Okay. Okay, where was I? We did blue, we got Rig Jockey, we got Crewman, Void Rig, Oculist. Draw a card for each Tau counter on it when it deals combat damage to a player, so 0, 1, or shenanigans. Sounds like stickers. No. No stickers. No stickers. No treat. Sentient Mimic. You can move a counter from a Mimic to another permanent. So you can have him enter with like 3 Tau counters and then move those Tau counters around. So you can, like, upgrade sentience on the battlefield with him. Amalgamoa is uncommon. Whoops, I did not mean to do that. Get out of there. I'm not touching uncommons. Hey. Mind Goblin these nuts. Utilus Osprey. When it dies, create a 0/0 black infested creature token with infested token attached to it. So it's a 0/0 with an aura that makes it a 2/2. That's the infested mechanic, is that they make auras that turn things into 2/2 creatures. Welcome aboard. Aw, well, hey, Vlado Kovajamin. Thanks for the follow. I'm just gonna call you Vlad. Sorry. Thanks for the follow. Yeah. So that's like really on flavor, but also kind of on theme, so that works. Infested Maggot. 1/1 for 1 that does Wither. Wither is going to be the black-red theme. Vlad is my name. I'm cool with that. Awesome. Oh, here's an interesting one. 4 mana for a 3/3 Mutalisk Moa dies. Choose up to 2 target artifacts for each created infested token attached to it. The Impaler. Hey, yo! Impaler? I barely know her. Yeah, I think that's fine, because this has to die to pull that off, and it has no sacrifice outlet. You need to sacrifice it to something else. Corrupted Ancient. Elder Infested. 5 mana for a 3/4 lifelink. Whenever creature you control with a keyword counter on it dies, you may put a keyword of that kind on target creature you control. That's not in white or blue, but that is in black, and Orokin does care about keyword counters specifically because of the forma. That's not all counters. This is just keyword counters. Stat line is really good for the Moa. What, for a 4 mana 3/3, when it dies, create 2 2/2s? Or do you mean the Osprey? Who's a 3 mana 1/1. When it dies, create a 2/2. Corrupted Ancient. So this is the Orokin Infested. The one that's hijacked by the Orokin Tower. Whenever you create a... Yeah, really big. Fortunately, it's like 4 mana. Yeah, so if you'll notice here in the flavor text right now, I have a creature size on that. And that is me partitioning up how the sizes of creatures I have in certain colors. And so black is allowed to have a few mediums, but I don't think it's allowed to have a single large. Yeah, I didn't do a single large here. Whereas green will have 2 larges and a spread of smalls and mediums. Blue is mostly smalls, a medium, and then I've got 1 large because it's a vehicle. Whites are just smalls with 1 medium. Yeah. And so that's helping me keep on track. Where was I? Ancient. Drone. Sacrifice Corrupted Drone. Return target forma from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. That's recursion. But you have to sacrifice him to do it. How close to Mirror Retriever is this? Mirror Retriever. What about red? We'll get there. Red is mostly smalls and mediums. When it dies, put another target artifact card from your graveyard into your hand. This, I think, is an upgrade to Mirror Retriever. This is objectively better than Mirror Retriever. Mirror Retriever doesn't have a self-sacrifice outlet, and returns the forma to your hand. But Corrupted Drone is in black. Make it to hand. Yeah, I'm thinking to hand. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Mirror Retriever's uncommon, and this is objectively better. That has to go to hand. to your hand, yeah. Then that's still pretty damn strong by a lot because it can sacrifice itself, at least by comparison. I mean, hell, what's Scrap Trawler doing? Okay, Scrap Trawler's not too crazy. Grineer is going to be red. Grineer comes in green, white, and red. Yes. Since they're a soldier faction, I gotta find it. I had to figure out a way to make soldiers, and soldiers don't typically come in black. But they've got some neat mechanics, so we'll cover them really soon. Yeah, the colors. The colors are Shards of Alara. I'm doing Shards of Alara shenanigans here. So Orokin is Esper, Citizens are Bant, Grineer are Naya, the Corpus are Grixis, and Infested are Jund. Then, Sentients are Wooburg, but they lean into Jeskai. But because you can splash them, that's not like the big deal. Okay. Thank you, Glytch. You can look into Warhammer cards to check out how they did it. Those commander decks are sick. Like, honestly, those are sick commander decks. But, I think they made their human soldiers into Esper, right? Like, the Astartes are mostly Esper colored. Except for the Chaos. I guess Chaos was something else. Chaos was, Grixis, right? I guess y'all are having ads right now, aren't you? Heh. Yeah, Warhammer was only commander decks. Yeah, so I gotta take a different stab at this. You can get away with more shit in commander. Where am I? This is Corrupted Drone. Where's Corrupted Drone? I'm here. Oh, Death Orb. This is a change. Well, hang on. Let's wait for the... Oh, Reality Glytch has a sub. You can check this out. Hey, so previously, we did a creature with this ability on it, and I've kind of changed it around where this ability goes now. But it's still here. Imperium Man was white, blue, black. Yeah. So... I'm doing something different. I want to check to make sure that we've got this. No sub, VPN. But it says you're a 1 month subscriber on my end. I think you caught a stray during someone was giving out subs. But that's fine. So I moved some stuff around here. But in short, this is a stationary laser ball that defends an Orokin Tower, artifact creature construct. 1/3, 2 and a black. Ow! It enters with a defender counter on it. Ow! God damn it. Where's it? There it is. Okay. But, oh god, what was I saying? Death, you distracted me. Oh. So, instead of just having defender, this enters with a defender counter on it. Because Orokin cares about keyword counters, right? Then, it has this activated Esper ability, put a stun counter on each of up to X target creatures, where X is the number of kinds of counters on Death Orb. So minimum 1. But because Aura can have access to Forma shenanigans and blue-white, you could pump up the different kinds of counters on this. Miss Mar got into Magic. Yippee! Miss Mar would love to find out that I'm doing Warframe, but it's Magic. That would actually be kind of funny. Oh, she's right here. Hello, Miss Mar! I'm making Warframe into a Magic set. Oh my god, I got some, like, granola clusters here. That is bigger than my face. Hang on, that's... Oh, alright. That's a big hunk of granola. Ah, thanks for the hydrate. Thank you. Yeah, so this is similar to what we had going on, so I think that's not too bad. Sacrifice a treasure coin operated sniper rifle. Yeah, we've got that. That's basically morbid. Pay 2 life, create a treasure token. Create a tapped. You don't sit there and have no mana to generate mana. Even if you have to tap this. He needs the token, he needs to enter tapped. Though, the thing about treasurers is that when you kill them in the game, they will drop a Grandum Crown, which could be a treasure in this case. Oh, the tap symbol comes before. No, you're right. I do have that backwards. You are correct. That is correct. Because tap symbol, yeah. It goes mana, tap, extra. Pay 2 life at any moment. And that's why it creates the treasure token tapped. But you could do it at any moment, yes. On your end step, I tap treasure and pay 2 life to create a tap treasure token. Okay, now it's my turn. At instant speed, yeah. So at instant speed, you have to tap and pay 2 life to create a tapped token. Because otherwise, it would be even more broken that way. Hell, I might have to put a mana cost on this. Or we just make it to where when he dies, create a treasure token, you know? Either way. But he's not an artifact creature, so I don't want to put a sacrifice outlet on him. Okay, Vombalist. He has persistent home. If he dies, if it at least has 1 Tau counter on it, instead return it to the battlefield under its control. Anytime and anytime you can cast an instant are 2 different speeds. Technically speaking, yes. That is true. Because there are some things that go faster than the stack, right? Because split second says you can't do more shit, but under certain circumstances, you can still do more shit. Which I guess is just Magic the Gathering in general. All of Magic the Gathering is under certain circumstances, and that's it. That's the whole game. There's stuff that doesn't go into the stack, right? Like, when you convoke a creature, the convoke goes on the stack, but tapping the creatures to convoke does not go on the stack. Like tapping a land for mana. You can just do that. No one can interrupt that. If you tap something to generate mana, bam. Yeah, that's it. Vombalist can stand to be a 2/2 or a 2/3. He could, and it probably would synergize with having a higher mana cost. However, I think Vombalist should be weak as fuck and die whenever they go into combat. So do you think it would be better to just reduce the cost? These things in lore are super fucking weak. That's why they come back to life when you kill them. Because you have to kill them twice. I say in lore, but in gameplay. So if it could stand to be a 2/2 or a 2/3, then it could stand to be a 1 black, right? Drop the cost. Cool. Cool. Because then that's 2 mana for 2 power. And you get it again. If you paid it right. Which synergizes with blue-black artifact-ocrats. Imagine you make copies of it with some other creatures and you put counters on them. Sounds like very zombie-like. Copies of it, put counters on them. No, you might be able to pull that off. You might be able to actually pull that off here in this set. Who knows? I'll try not to, but that could be a thing. I mean, for example, Sentient Mimic can give out Tau counters. So you could keep reoccurring your fucking 2/1 Vomvalist if you wanted to. Up to a point. Okay, that's uncommon. We don't touch that. So, Ballista. Here we go. Now we're on some Grineer stuff. Ballista is a 2 and a red for first strike. 2 and a 1. But it has Gene Stamp. Gene Stamp says, when it dies, make a copy of it. Because that's Grineer and they clone. That's enough setup needing that it wouldn't impact the yeah, it's enough setup that it's not fine. Or it's not broken. Too broken. Because, again, it's a 2/1. When it leaves. When this creature leaves. Well, I don't want G-Stamp to go on anything that's not a creature. And if you somehow disable this from being a creature, I guess it wouldn't matter because the copy would come in as a creature. Right? So just when it leaves? Gene Stamp. Oh, never. Leave it alone. Okay. Okay. Sorry. And let's see. Flameblade. 1 in a red. Gene Stamp. Flameblade gets +2/+0 until the end of turn and fights target creature. Humility might break Ballista. What does Humility do? Humility combo. All creatures lose all abilities and have base power toughness. Well, yeah. Yeah. You wouldn't get the Gene Stamp then. Sure. Humility breaks a lot of things. But yeah, 2 mana for a 1/1, and then additional 3 mana to make it a 3/1 to fight a creature. It usually dies. These are little melee units that can teleport around with burning blades. Should be leaves the battlefield. Is not confused. It leaves the graveyard. Oh. It is just when this creature leaves. That is true. True. There we go. This way you can still, like, flicker it, and it'll still make a clone. Because there, somewhere in the white section, I think, Butcher, when this attacks, you may pay 1. If you do exile it, then return to the battlefield tapped and attacking. Now, that doesn't sound good, but what it does is it procs Gene Stamp. So whenever this attacks, make a clone of the guy. Old enough that not needed. Yeah, I was gonna say. Humility breaks everything. So that's Flameblade. Charger. Haste. 1 mana 2/2. This is the fun one. It's a 1 mana 2/2 with haste, but when it dies, create an infested token attached to target creature that dealt damage to it this turn. So you're basically giving out +2/+2 to anything that can kill the Charger. That is, if it died to combat, of course. You know, if it died to just burn damage, then whatever. It's super funny though, and it still might be too pushed. Humility is why we need layers and dependency. Yep. Leaper. 4 mana 3/2 trample. Whenever a creature dealt damage by Leaper dies, create an infested token attached to target artifact. And that can be your artifact, it can be your opponent's artifact. Either way, it becomes a 2/2 creature if it's not one already. If it is a creature, it gets +2/+2. Moa. 1/2/1/1 with haste. When it deals combat damage, any combat damage, player or creature, create a treasure token. And it's a 1/1, so it very will likely die. I think that's cool. Wait, let me see the one with the mana. Okay, to be fair, we'll take a look at it, but to be fair, we cooked on that. So if we cooked on it, and the complexity was that it's a 1 mana 2/2 with haste, which is above curve. But the downside is that if it dies in combat, it gives whatever killed it +2/+2. I was sitting at a table reading about layers for like 10 minutes while other players were trying to explain why ability of one creature still worked well. Yeah. It's shit that you add to it after humility. Yeah. Could make this a 2/1. That's a lot of 2/1s in red, but I can make it a 2/1. I guess you could have 3 of these by turn 2. Dealt damage to it this turn, or target creature opponent controls. So no matter what, when this dies, you have to buff an opponent's creature. What's an infested in simpler words? The Flood. Yeah. In simpler words, don't read this reminder text down here. What the infested are doing. Where'd it go? There we go. Is they're making token copies of this. This is the infested mechanic. This is a spell in the set, and then the infested make token copies of it. Not sure if more encouragement for your opponent to kill it is really much of a drawback. Make it an interest trigger? Yeah, but if it enters on turn 1... If I turn 1 charger and I don't have any legal targets, bad, you know? So how about this? I'll cut you a deal here. I thought it was Tackle Maggot. Allow lands. Potentially. I could do target permanent that opponent controls. This way, no matter what, I have to give +2/+2 to my opponent. On anything. If it's just, well, I guess target non-enchantment permanent. But, you know what I mean. Like, target something on my opponent's field. When this dies, no matter how it dies. If it dies to a board wipe, if it dies to removal, if it dies to combat, no matter how it dies, I have to buff my opponent, right? Yeah? Okay. Then... attach to target. If I just say permanent enters, when it enters. Well, if it enters, I can still get ahead of their lands. Which then I won't have a legal target, and then they don't get a 2/2. So then my turn 1 is land charger. They have nothing. I attack for 2 damage. So no matter what, that happens. But if it's an interest trigger, they have no incentive to kill this outside of the damage that they're taking. But if it's a dies trigger, it's a downside on my end. Getting ahead of their lanes is super rare. It's a 50-50. I would say in a 40-card format, it's a 50% chance. Sounds like a skill issue. Okay, how about this? Also draw the 1-drop. Well, I mean, yeah, but like in a 40-card format, if you're doing a 4 of charger, you're probably going to have him first turn. Probably. Just draw better. Okay. All right. Anyways, then I have an idea. Because we've already done this on another card. I can do something here. Check this out. When this enters, that's a lot of wording. Okay. Hang on. I know I fucked up here, but let me give me a sec. Just giving them a 2/2. Now, where did was it Osprey? Create a 0/0 black infested creature token. 0/0 black infested creature token. That was it. With an infested token attached to it. Let me take a look at Osprey. Okay. So, in this case, 1 mana, 2/2 with haste, they get a 2/2. Right out of when this enters the battlefield. Just right out of the gate, we both get a 2/2 when I cast this. But, because I want this to be an aggressive card, do I say it enters tapped? Like, would that be fun? If this is a multiplayer format, you know, do I give it to one opponent and then attack another opponent? Under target's opponent's control. And well, I guess you need to proc the and infested token so that you're making 2 tokens here. Yeah, okay. Is red focused on graveyard? Not really. No. I mean no, Glytch. The token enters tapped. The opponent's token would entering tapped be too crazy. Because I get one free attack, and then on that thing's turn it untaps and is ready to go after me. And it's untapped. Okay. So this is like the hang on. This is like the hunted, whatever they're called, hunted dragon, creates 3/2/2, creates 4, put a 4/4 black horror. Yeah, hunted horror 3/2/3/3 green centaur. Okay, this is like the hunted cycle then. Cool. Big fan. Okay. That's a weird card, kind of like Leroy Jenkins. Yeah, just like Leroy Jenkins. Whenever a creature dealt damage by Leaper dies, create an infested token attached to target artifact. So you're like eating their creature to infest an artifact you control. Right. And then that's in red, so you could run that in Corpus and infest your tokens if you want to. Moa. 2 mana, 1/1 haste. When it deals combat damage, make a treasure. That feels safe. Because this basically will always die. Mind Osprey! Whenever Mind Osprey attacks, you may pay 1. If you do, Mind Osprey deals 1 damage to target creature defending player controls. Pay 1 mana to ping 1 when it attacks. 2/1 flying, 2 mana. Yeah. Sure. Corpus Tech. 4 mana, 2/4. Whenever you create a treasure, Corpus Tech gets +1/+0 until the end of turn. 1 in a red, create a treasure token. Oh, whoop. Where did... Hello? Can we put that back? Thank you. Activate this ability only once each turn. Mind Osprey again? Let me go. Yeah, let's go back. He's a 2 mana, 2/1 flyer, and then when he attacks, you can pay 1 mana to ping a creature for 1. But not more than 1. It doesn't stack. Oh shit, that's how I can do Mesa. Oh fuck. I can have Mesa scale off of how many creatures are attacking. Defending player controls? Yes. So you would be zapping your opponent's creatures. Because zapping your own creatures might be a little crazy. I suggest naming the card Corpus Technician. I think that's technically what they are, but I think they are referred to as Corpus Tech in the game. Let me look that up real quick. Whoop. I could just add Technician to that. But the Corpus Tech is technically the enemy name for them, yeah. Okay. Fair enough. No, you're right. And in this case, tech is short for technician, even though it's never called that. Because it is just a dude. I mean, human artificer, you know? It's a guy in a bucket helmet with a gun. Yeah, so this guy has, like, treasure breathing. Where you get to make a tap treasure token for 2 mana. But if you're making other treasure tokens, he gets stronger. Because he gets greedier. So he has treasure breathing. Yeah? Is this a Demon Slayer moment? Treasure breathing, first form. Corpus Technician smites. Wouldn't it make sense to make it whether you sacrifice a treasure? I hate that you said that. Because you're not wrong. No, I know why I didn't do that. I didn't do that for 2 reasons. One is, this is a red ability, is to pump the creature. And 2, I know why I didn't do that. Red-black is making tokens, not sacrificing tokens. Blue-black is sacrificing tokens, or just sacrificing artifacts. So I don't want red to dip into what the other stuff was doing. So this he makes the tokens. That's why. Is I'm keeping him in line with what he's doing. That's it. Yeah. I do have another guy who sacrifice. Yeah, no, and there's another reason why I don't do that. Sacrifice a treasure. This gains death touch until the end of turn. That goes. It doesn't go infinite, but that goes hard. So no. I might change that to... Hang on. Whenever you sacrifice a treasure... This gains death touch until the end of turn. There we go. So it's an opportunity cost. But he's So it's an opportunity cost. I mean, it would be an opportunity cost, and that, you know, that'd still be on what it wants to do. But in red-black, red wants to make treasures. Right? So that was my shackle I made for myself. And then the coin-operated guy is in black because black wants to sacrifice. R is a very violent color. You are true. It is an aggressive, low-to-the-ground creature cover. That's why it's a Corpus Technician here, because they're the bigger, beefier guys. They're the strong ones. Sacrifice an artifact instead of a treasure. Oh, there's a lot that can go wrong with that. Because just plain Jane sacrifice an artifact, I'd say a good third of the set is going to be artifact creatures. I don't know what that does. I don't know how powerful that becomes. Especially with shit like Morbid. Not that I have Morbid, but I have Morbid-like effects. Creature you control died this turn, create a treasure token. I don't know if that's too much or... Huh. Tap treasure. Only once each turn. I mean, it is only once each turn that he can make the treasure. It can't sacrifice the artifacts on its own. Wait, so... Oh, whenever you create a treasure. So you're saying whenever you... Fucking... That still feels like... I mean, not the second ability, but the first part of that still wants to be in blue-black. At least for this set. That's what blue-black wants. The second half makes perfect sense. Like, I'm here for that. Here for that all day. Oh, the black. Oh. Yeah, see, that makes more sense. Sniper recruitment. Whenever you sacrifice an artifact. Makes a lot more sense. I understand. Mobby. Create a treasure. Corpus Technician gets +1/+0 until the end of turn. Create a tap treasure token. Activate this ability only once each turn. Let's see. What's on the other side of... Yeah, Corpus is red-black, which wants to make tokens. Oh, Death Touch is one word. I keep doing that backwards, don't I? Yep, I do that backwards. I'll do First Strike as one word and Death Touch is 2 words, because... Sure. I feel like this doesn't need changing. At least when it comes to the themes of the set... I feel like this doesn't need changing. Oh, yep. I missed that. I did miss that. So Corpus Technician doesn't tap to create treasure tokens. He doesn't tap. So if you make it as a... Whenever you sacrifice a treasure token, it will be more broken, because you can create them on the end step to sack them to your own. Well, yeah. Well, that's 2 things. Yeah, first of all, he creates a tapped token. And he only cares about when you create a token. It is instant speed, so you can do it during combat, but you can only do it... You can only create one a turn per Technician. Technician can only make 1 a turn. So you could do some combat shenanigans and be like, you had 2 mana, he's now a 3/4. Ooh. But it's not crazy. It's not crazy broken. And the treasure token you make enters tap, so you can't use it right away. I missed that. Yeah, so he's slower. But he does a very red thing with another red thing. At least that's the goal. I think he's fine. Whenever you create a token... So whenever you create any token... So you're saying if I make this create a token... Not only does it count for Grineer gene stamping, because whenever you kill a Grineer, they make a token copy of themselves. It also counts for infested infesting, which is also a red thing. Now, it's a flavor fail to run this guy in an infested deck, but I don't fucking care. He cares about tokens. You are exactly correct. Fan-fucking-tastic idea. And now this goes in any of the red decks. In any red build, he's there. He does all the red stuff. Big fan. Well, except Wither. But who the fuck cares about Wither? I don't need no Wither. Speaking of Wither, red is not doing a lot of Wither in here. Uh-oh. What, Ballista Flameblade. Those are my only two Grineer. I might have to add one. Like a Grineer creature that does Wither and red. For red-green. Because there are 3 Corpus here. 2 infested, 2 Grineer. Wither, what's that? Whenever you deal damage, instead of dealing damage, it's -1/-1 counters. So you can, like, make an opponent's creature weaker. It gets around into... I drop frames. Oh, no, here it goes. Oh no, here it goes. I'm dropping the frames. There goes my internet. But yeah, so it gets around indestructible, you know, makes creatures weaker basically permanently. It's good shit. And so I'm running Wither in red-green because Infested and Grineer share that. You'd only need 2 or 3 mono red with Wither in common, right? And I have 0. 0 is the issue. So... Okay. Flameblade lights shit on fire. That could be a flavor of Wither. Hear me. Well, but he's got that Naya ability, so putting that on there might not be great. Wow, look at my internet go. Look at it go, guys. Look at it just... I mean, okay, Ballista is a 3-mana 2/1 first strike with Gene Stamp. Let's go up to white. Lancer is a 1/3, 1/2, or 2-mana 1/3 first strike with Gene Stamp. They're doing too much first strike. Look at it, cuts out. I could get rid of first strike. Man, the internet sounds like a dream. It fucking sucks. Like it'll just do these fucking drops for no reason. And it's unpredictable. I don't know how to control it. I don't know when it's going to happen or when it stops. I just have to write it and hope eventually it gets better. God, this internet sucks. A Ballista. That's a sniper rifle. Flavor-wise, it doesn't really make sense that this would have Wither. But should probably have Wither. I could replace the name with a Grineer Scorch. Yeah. One thing I'm not consistent with is where Gene Stamp goes on these cards. Gene Stamp should be at the bottom, because it only checks if it dies, right? Yeah. But it's a keyword, so it should go on the top. Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay, no, it goes below other keywords, but above non-keywords. That's what I was doing. Hang on. Where was I? I was at Ballista. Are you saying a one red, one red, 1/1 with first strike, wither, and gene stamp? No. I was thinking 2 in a red, 2, 1 wither, gene stamp. I dropped the first strike here. Either way, I'm gonna make this Scorch. Well, hang on. Wait. Let me check. I think Scorch is actually a card. Scorch Spitter, Scorch the field, Scorch, right? Maybe not. Maybe I can just Scorch. No, Scorch is a card. X in a red. Ristic. Wait a minute. Is that a custom? Oh, no, that's a custom card. Fuck you. It sounds like it should be a card. But everything is using Scorch as a adjective. Nothing is just Scorch. I'm not seeing a mono red Scorch. Skull Scorch. Scorch Rider. Scorched Rosalga. Scorched Spitter. Yurlock of Scorched Thrash. Scorch Rider. Scorch Maw. Scale Fiend. Magmatic Scorch. Nothing is just Scorch. Well, hang on. I just saw something here. Imperial Legacies? I think that's a custom. I don't recognize that mana symbol or that rarity symbol. Scorch the Fields. Well, hang on. One more thing. What is it actually called? I could make it. I could. Hang on. Warframe Grineers. Couple of things I want to take a peek at here. Scorch are medium Grineer units. Resembling troopers with red-yellow armor. Wield the Ignis Flamethrower. Massive continuous damage in short range. As long as the victim is in range. Making them incredibly lethal in a successful ambush or when working with units such as Scorpions and Rollers. I hadn't thought about Rollers. Oh, yeah. Rollers are interesting. Oh, shit. Blah, can't type. A Grineer Roller is a type of artifact ball, and it's like a ball covered in blades. And it just rolls at you. So either I'd take it Grineer with Flamethrower, or, well, I guess the artifact creature with blades on it sounds a bit more black. So no, we'll do like a Grineer Scorch. That page froze. So we'll close that. All right, that's fine. Thanks, Wiki. So either Grineer Scorch or like Hayeka Master, but Hayeka Master needs to spawn ads. Okay, Grineer. I'll call it Grineer Scorch because the unit is just named Scorch. And then it's stealing a red version of Wither, which is really dumb, but I like it. Flameblade. Okay, so then we got one Wither in red. How many Withers do we have in black? There's the Maggot. There's one Wither in black. I don't think he needs Wither. Wither's red-green. We'll come back to him. He could just be a one-mana 1/1. Who knows? Wait. No, this matters as it can confuse players. Huh? I mean, Grenier... Infested maggot can be colorless. No! He will be black. He's a maggot. Maggots are in black. Oh, is maggot a creature type? Or is it just insect? It is just an insect. Okay. Actually, I am going to do that because I think it's funny. Infested insect. Because I think it'd just be like, you know, call back to maggots. Doesn't really matter. No insect synergies here. Guardian Angel is a non-creature that everyone thought was a creature, hence why Planar Ally is a creature instead of a non-permanent. Huh. Huh, okay. Oh, you mean like Devoid? No, I'm not. I was thinking about Devoid in the set earlier, but it's one more thing to add, so I'm not gonna do Devoid here. No Devoid. You know, if I call it Grenier Napalm, that sounds like a sorcery. The Grenier are not good at naming their shit, okay? Ghoul. It doesn't have to be a Scorch. Wait, the Grenier have zombie units. I forgot. Hang on. Oh, the ghouls from the Plains of Eidolon. Grenier ghouls. Wait a minute. They would technically be probably black colored, but I'm not going to do that. Ghouls are a hastily bred Grenier clones grown in... Thanks for running an ad that scrolled your page up. Grown in diapause bags, dropped in from space and buried in the ground. They are favored creations of Counselor Vayhex, who refers to them as his children. Be found hidden underground all throughout the Plains of Eidolon, ready to strike should any Tenno obliviously stumble near their burial grounds. So I could do like a red Grenier zombie here. Ready to strike should any Tenno obliviously... Yep. And they do cold and toxin damage. Ghouls are also common enemies among other Grenier troops encountered in Olympus. Oh, a disruption node. Okay, yeah, disruption would have that. Ghouls are Grenier stock and ambush units. Awesome. What units are there? Because I want Ascension? Oh, the Ascension. That's a comic. There was a comic about the ghouls. Variants. Ghouls. Ghoul Augur. Ghoul Devourer. Ghoul Expired. Ghoul Rictus. Ghoul Augur is a Grenier ghoul armed with drills that allows it to quickly dig underground and ambush the foes. I do know those. Probably not this guy. They release a cloud that inflicts cold and toxin. The Ghoul Devourer is a Grenier ghoul that is considered Vayhex's personal favorite. Despite its massive girth, it is armed with a powerful wrist-mounted hook that allows it to close the distance between it and its target. I thought it did that with its tongue. He scored you. Okay, Vlad. As with all ghouls, on death they will release a cloud. Yep, Ghoul Expired. I think Expired may be the one here. Is a Grenier ghoul that suffered from malnutrition and poisoning during the early parts of its development, causing its nervous system to drive them forward and function as an ideal suicide troop. Maybe not then. This task, and a pair of shields with multiple bomblets strapped to them. Yeah, they got the shield bombs. On death they release a cloud. Rictus. Grenier ghoul armed with the ghoul saw. Okay, I think Ghoul Rictus is the way to go. Uncanny ability to ride on the ejected saws, allowing them to approach and ram their enemies from afar. On death, they were... Okay, I think we got it. Ghoul Rictus. And there's only 4 of these. So there's not too many to use here. Grenier... Zombie. Is zombie fair? They're technically not magically undead. They are alive in a weird way. I mean, they're still Grenier clones. You know, let's get that right. They're just not grown in the tubes like the regular Grenier are. They're grown in bags and burial grounds. So maybe zombies, like, just a stretch. Maybe zombie stretching it. But it would be cool to set the ghouls aside as, like, an alternate to Grenier. Mutant. Ooh. Ooh, I like that. You're right. Yeah. Okay, all right. Grenier Mutant. That works. And there's only 4 of them, so there's not going to be, you know, too much to work with. So I could probably do, like, 2 in red and 2 in green. So we got a red wither. And nothing else. Definitely a stretch. Yeah. If I were to add another red wither, who would I add it underneath? Do I make another ghoul? I could do the suicide grunt. The one that's got, like, the bombs on his shields, and so he explodes when he dies. When it dies, deal 3 damage to target creature. Wither. Probably would not have Gene Stamp on that one, actually. That would probably be the one without Gene Stamp, because he explodes. Instant sorcery from Shadowmoor I could reprint. I do want to avoid as many reprints as I can. But if there's, like, one that's, like, super fucking good, I'll take a peek at it. Disturbing plot. No. What is it called? I'll take a peek. What's the point of wither on it, then? What do you mean? It would do the wither damage, and then die and explode, and you get to deal that damage to something else. Or to the thing that has been withered and is still alive. I would see that as double value. Direct damage spell. Well, I'll just put burn and see what comes up. Burn Trail, 3 damage to target creature or player. That's Conspire, probably not it. Everlasting Torment, no. Flame Javelin, 4 damage to target creature or player. Oh, that's Shadowmoor? Wait a minute. 2 reds have been a thing? Sounds scary for 3 mana. What, for a 2/1 double wither when it dies, make a new one? It should be scary. It's a ghoul. Ooh. No, that's not Shadowmoor. I don't see anything that speaks to me here. So I don't know what spell you're talking about specifically. Puncture Blast. Okay, cool. Puncture Blast. It's funny because Puncture's a damage type in Warframe. Holy shit, it's a red spell with Wither on it. No, that's perfect. It's perfect. It's absolutely fucking perfect. We already have a damage spell here. Do I add any flip lands? Not at this time. Okay. 3 damage to target creature. I could have 2 burn spells in a set. I gotta... That one's a sorcerer speed anyway, so this will take up my instant slot here. Puncture Blast. Oh, that's sick. 3 damage to target creature. Player. Target creature or player, because it says that. That means it can't target... it can't target planeswalkers or battles. There we go. Lorwyn, Morningtide, Shadowmoor, Eventide is a large, small block. Right. Because the Lorwyn plane is a plane that of night and dark, of day and night. But the way they do it is like 1/2 of the year is day, 1/2 of the year is night, and it completely flips to. It has been errataed. Really. Oh, I see it now. There is a newer Puncture Blast. Wait, hang on. That's a custom card. Hang on. Let me see. Let me make sure there's not like a newer one. That's Searing Spear. Has it never been reprinted and all they did was errata it? Did they errata this card and then not reprint it? Because, of course, that would be just the Wizards of Coast thing to do. We're going to errata this card. No, you don't get a reprint. Haha, companions. They finally did get a reprint, but... Okay, that's Puncture Bolt, which is kind of funny. Oracle text, okay. Fair enough. Huh, okay. Well. Whoops, not ant target. You destroy target ant. The errata every card that said creature or player to any target. Really, it would be impractical to reprint all of them. But in the world of Red Burn, I think it is important to have something that can only target creatures or players, because we do have things like, you know, planeswalkers and battles now. I think it would be nice to have specific like target that this one can only target a creature. I think that's fair. For a double red sorcery. And then if that creature is a sentient, remove all Tau counters from it. Okay, so that's the second Wither red. And now we're doing down to green. Well, hang on, let me take a look at Conculist, because that's in common, right? Remove a Tau counter from Conculist. This gets +1/+0 until the end of turn. Tau breathing, right? 2 mana, 1/1 with Tau breathing. Fair. Fair. I think that's fair. Sounds a little underpowered, if you ask me. Should it be a 1/2? I don't have any 1/2s. There's room for 1/2 in red common. 2 mana, 1/2 Tau breathing. Yeah, underpowered for sure. Okay. Good. It's going to stay that way. And we move on. Those are uncommons. We don't touch them yet. Ostron Clade Finder. 2 mana, 1/1. Sacrifice Ostron Clade Finder. Search your library for a basic land card. Put it on the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. So on one hand, Human Citizen. On the other hand, Mellow Jello! Hello! I be jelloing. On the other hand, basically a 2 mana search for a basic land. So I think I built him off of the Tribe Elder. What was his name? Was Schmoovin. Whatever. You know what I... Yeah, hold up. 2 mana, 2/1 would be on curve. Rewind. 2 mana, 2/1 with 2/1. A 2 mana, 2/1 with fire breathing? Conditional fire breathing? But it costs no mana? I mean, it technically would, if it costs like half a mana when you think about it. But, I mean, sure. I guess you cast him on turn 2, turn 3, you attack with a 4/1. But he can't do it ever again. Unless you start doing, like, Tau manipulating mechanics. But you can't do Tau manipulating mechanics until later. Okay, alright, fair enough. But yeah, Clay Finder. Creature, Human Citizen, 1/1 for 1 for a green. Citizen mechanics, search for a land. It's fine because of the super limited resource. Right. Red Veil Agent. So the joke here was that he's a green assassin, and the way green assassin wants to assassinate is fighting with Death Touch. There's room here to make him wither, but we don't need to. I don't think we need to. Now, Myconian... When did I what did I do here? I feel like this needs Wither on it. Instead of, maybe instead of this, because that's, we got a Land Finder, this guy taps for mana, the Sentient taps for mana. I know there's a Warframe I want to tap for mana. Three for a 1/2 protection from Infested. Tap. Add a mana. But gain 2 life if you pay for Lift Together. I don't know. If I remove the fight, I can make it just a G with a 1/1 Death Touch. I could. It only fights when it becomes blocked, though. Yeah, I don't see a way to put Wither on this without completely changing what the card is. Do I have any 1-mana greens? I don't. You know what? I'll do that. 1-mana green, 1/1 Death Toucher. Sure. Sure. I got a 1-mana creature in green. 1 mana mono green a common. Yeah. Oh, Toxic Ancient. You have a shot to have Wither on you. You have Wither. Awesome. So maybe I need to chill out with Wither then. I could turn you into a ghoul. Man, mobile delay is kicking me. Yeah, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. I hate Twitch Mobile. It's so bad. It's so bad. And it doesn't help that I'm dropping frames now and again, which then causes the delay to get worse. Fine. Myconian can make mana from life. That's fine. Oh, I don't like the wording on this. Target creature you don't control enchanted by an artifact. By an aura you do control. There we go. Much better. Much better. God, I don't know what that wording was earlier. So for 1, you can tap him and he'll fight something that you've enchanted, which is really good in Infested. He'll do 3 Wither damage, which will basically guarantee that you kill a 2/2. Whoops. That's fine, that's fine. Bastion enters, create an infested token attached to an artifact you control. Jugulus Defender Reach, create an infested token attached to target land you control. He can infest lands. 4 mana, 4/6, Defender Reach, Hammer of Perforos. Trooper Gene Stamp. There's nothing going on here. Like, there's nothing on this guy. Oh, yep. And without the... Okay, we did without the do. I did fix that. But I did not capitalize aura, because I keep forgetting about the what is and is not a subtype, because my brain's not focused on that at all. We got it. You... Wait, no, Trooper. Vigilance Gene Stamp. Because you're a Seeker. Yeah, Trooper. I could put another ghoul here. We already did the Saw guy. So there's the one with the grappling hook and the jetpack. The jetpack doesn't let him fly, though. It's more of a boost pack. There's the one with the bombs on his arms that tries... The Suicide Troop. Then there's the one that drills through the ground. What is that called? Hang on. I had to close that tab because it basically crashed. Warframe Ghoul. Where'd they go? Ghoul Augur. Oh, they have flamethrowers. I did not realize that. Ghoul Augur. There we go. Anything else I want to do to him? Let me go check the red ghoul. Okay, so they can't just be the same. 2 and a green, 2/2 with Gene Stamp with nothing is already on curve. Good. I want to make him different. Because I don't have anywhere else I can add Wither that makes sense. So I want to modify this guy a tad. So let's make him the inverse of the other ghoul. Where are you? You're a 2/1. You're a 1/2. I don't think I need anything else after that. That means I have 4 Wither effects at common, 2 green, 2 red. Because I've got Toxic Ancient at 5 mana, Ghoul Augur at 3 mana, Ghoul Rictus at 3 mana, Puncture Blast at 3 mana. I think we're good with Wither now. Oh my god, my frames. God, it's still drop. Like, I'm at 11,000 drop frames. I know it's only 3% of my stream, but when they all happen at once. Ah! Yeah. Seeker. Vigilance, Gene Stamp, 4 mana, 3/3. Thumper, 5 mana, reach, trample, enter, sacrifice a forest. If you do, search your library for a basic mountain and a basic plains. Put them on the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. Big tank. A shadow another creature. Make the second mono green aura that grants Wither? That. I'd have to move Blitz around though. I think I know how I can do that too. It would go perfect here with my Eximus cycle. No. Okay, you're right. Trooper. Okay. But I'll have to make this one not Blitz. So let me take a look at my other Eximus, because there are other Eximuses. Sanguine. Parasitic. What were the other ones? Where's the black one? Venomous. Okay, so Venomous... Black is not Blitz. But I can do green as Venomous. Shock. Arctic. Red is... Okay, yeah, red is Arson. Okay, I need to move Blitz up into the gold Eximuses. Sanguine is Health Drain. That's in red-black. Parasitic. Blitz does not go there. Jade. Guardian, no. Hunhouse Gift. No. Wait, red-green. Shit. Oh, that's uncommon, so we're not... No, we're not gonna build that uncommon. Don't have any Umbra armor. That's too many mechanics. Well, that's... Okay, I'm still cooking on that. I did not know they changed it to Umbra armor. Oh, man, that's almost on flavor. Well, then we'll address that momentarily. But... I guess... yeah. This was one of those things where I was, like, trying to plan out ahead. Because I need I want a cycle of auras based off of Eximus units in the game, and I can get 9 of them out, and then I can add on an extra one to make it a full cycle. But if I can make one of them a poisonous version in green, then that can be the Wither one. But that means I need to figure out where the exploding one goes. That grants Umbra armor. Yes! Reality Glitch, you do know what you just did, right? Do you understand what just happened? Did you know there's a forma in the game called an Umbra forma? Do you realize what just happened? Before I forget, we're going to do that. Control C, Control V. I'm just gonna put that there. Umbra armor counter. Well, we'll cook on that. That's just there for later, and we'll be back. I will artifact forma, and then we'll get there when we get there. That's gonna be one of the rares, though. Yeah, an Umbra forma is a thing. It's actually a real thing. It's a very, very hard to get the forma type. And it's a very narrow usage, but that would be it. Is to do something about Umbra armor. Now where we were in green. Enchanted creature has Wither plus something else, I guess not totem armor. Blitz is exploding. I need venomous, parasitic, or sanguine here. Either of those three will work for the flavor of Wither. Parasitic is in blue-black. Target R as an equipment. Right. Create a colorless enchantment aura attached to target creature with Umbra armor. That's it. That's all it does. It's a shield counter with extra steps. No, that's dumb. It would work, but that's dumb. It's a shield counter, but flavorful. Jade Eximus is a Eximus that can just fucking yeet the shit out of anything it's looking at. This was another one where I thought I could put a Blitz Eximus. Okay, so there are a couple things I want to look at here. That's a card that exists. That's funny. Eximus Arctic. He makes a snow globe around himself. That'll probably have, I was thinking that could probably be similar to Sphere of Safety to a degree. Shock Eximus does electric. So that's probably in blue, because it's a red-blue thing to do. You, Parasitic, and Sanguine are allowed to move around. Like, y'all can move. Y'all are allowed to do that. Where the fuck do I put you? Arson Eximus. That has to be red. It's a ball of fire a wave of fire they create. I could put Blitz here. Blitz can go here in green-red, because that's the exploding one. Jade needs to move to... Jade can move to here, because it's an angelic type aura. Guardian can move to Parasitic because that comes on Corpus units and can be artifact types. What'd I say? Guardian? Parasitic. Well, Blitz goes here. Parasitic can go to Venomous. There's no repeats, right? Yeah, no repeats. Parasitic goes to Venomous. And Venomous goes to Blitz. We got it. Enchanted creature has Wither. And then I want all of the Xmas auras to do one other thing. So how it works is Estrid the Masked. Actually, that's a good... Oh, yeah, Estrid the Masked. This sounds familiar. This was from a fairly... Not a recent precon, but... Planeswalker, create white aura enchantment token named Mask attached to another target permanent. The token has enchant permanent and totem armor. Oh, literally the same mechanic. Okay, so there's precedent for this. Maybe the red-green one should grant Wither. But the red-green one was that uncommon. So maybe it can grant Wither and I can move some stuff around later. Actually, where... Blitz, right? Blitz is in the way again. Damn. So much for a cycle, am I right? It would make sense for the red-green one to do Wither. Just as the concept of bottom up, the red-green one should do Wither. But it's uncommon. With these, I made the golds uncommon. Stop looking at them. Stop looking at them, Makuta. They're uncommon. We're working on the commons right now. This being common, doing Wither, that gives me 2 greens, 2 reds at common that do Wither. Then, what should be the secondary effect of an Eximus? Because to explain an Eximus unit and how they operate, is they are a beefed up version of a regular unit, except they will come with 1 Warframe power that they can use against you, and they'll have an extra layer of health over their health bar that you have to crack before you're allowed to hurt them. And that was the idea behind the totem armor. That's where the idea was. I was like, I could do like a totem armor for like 10 cards. Is that too much? So enchanted creature has Wither is venomous because it's the infested aura. Secondary effect. Should there be a secondary effect? Should all the commons be enchant creature, enchant effect, and all the uncommons get like a second effect? So then I just leave it here, enchanted creature has Wither? I mean, that would work. So the mono-green common would be Wither and +1/+1, and the red-green would be when enchanted creature dies, return to the battlefield under its owner's control. Blitz? Blitz? Blitz does like a column of explosions at you. It like explodes everything in between you and it in a single line. So I'll have to move Blitz around if I was going to do something like that. I was thinking whatever Blitz ends up being is some version of Trample. Or maybe Trample is its second effect. Anyways, has Wither and +1/+1. Reanimation does feel the same niche, yeah. Oh, God. But if you're reanimating whatever it's attached to and it's a Grenier, then you get 2 for the price of 1? Oh, shit. Oh. Oh, no. Okay, well, let's see. This is the first Eximus I've done. Venomous Eximus. Then I'll go modify the others. Arson. You'll probably do some wide damage to everything. Oh, +1/+1 it has with it. Right. Hang on, I'll go up and then come back down. Okay, that can do stun counters. Where did that go? Yeah, because you want the reminder text to be next to Wither. There we go. So even if you put it on a useless ass creature, it can still contribute. There we go. And then, what is this? Like a 2 and a green? Is this 2 and a green or 3 and a green? Or 2 and green? Because it's an aura, so it doesn't stick around when the creature dies. Oh, no, you're right. Gets... This is 1 and a... Really? I guess it's not Infect. I was for some reason I was conflating Wither with Infect, even though it's not the same at all. So I guess it's not bad. Okay. Alright. We have a Venomous Eximus. Troopers back to normal. 3 mana, 2/2. 3 mana bear that makes a bear. Funhouse Gift. Eximus Guardian. Sanguine. Blitz. Jade. It is not Infect. Yep. Extremely not Infect. Infect would be flavorful as a infested mechanic, but I really don't want Infect. No, thank you. As like a commander thing, that would be fun to do, but not in the main set. No, thank you. There's a reason why they didn't bring it back. There's a very distinct reason why Wizards of the Coast made Poisonous. Okay. Membroid. 2 mana, 0/2, add green, or remove a tile counter, add anything. Yeah. That's my favorite one. He's my boy. Okay, that covers the common creatures, which is good news. So, oh, it has not covered all the commons, though. So let's see, at common I've got a land. Ostron Market should be super safe. It's a kindred land, so it applies to citizen chicanery, but it adds a colorless, or you can filter a mana. That sounds super safe. I still think the red green uncommon aura should grant Wither some sort of +1/+1 counter synergy. I don't disagree, because it's in red-green, it should do red-green things. I do not disagree. I cannot put Blitz on that card. Blitz would have to go somewhere else. That's my problem. Nothing wrong with the red-green being Wither. It's the Blitz going on the card that does the Wither mechanic. And I don't really have anywhere to put it. So, okay, hang on. I was thinking Sanguine because vampires do red-black bullshit. But Blitz could go there. Sanguine goes on the red-green. because it leeches health, which is Wither. Yeah, fuck it, we ball. Fuck you, Vampire Dex. Yeah, Ostron Market feels super safe. Then uncommon. Let's go back to the comments. I did something interesting down here at the comments, and I have not shown you this glitch, and that is I have a common hybrid for every 2-color archetype, and I tried to make it so that each of these cards plays really well into the 2-color archetype, specifically into archetypes on either side of the 2 colors. So let's take a first look at, if you might remember, our old friend Kavor Defector. He used to be green, but I've moved him down here to green-white hybrid. He's our Grineer Citizen, and whenever you create a Grineer token, create a tapped 1/1 white citizen creature token. We've cooked on him before. I've just moved him down here. So he wants to be in either deck. He's a Grineer who's defected to the Citizen side. He works with Citizen Synergy. He works with Grineer Synergy. He makes more citizens for Citizen Synergy. He's green-white, which is go wide. And this is what inspired me to do the hybrids, is this one card right here. So I started working on the others. Sorry that these are a surprise to you, but, you know, I figured this would be a good place to put them. I might have to, for a common, we may have to limit the Citizen, maybe, on Kavor Defector, or up these to uncommon. I'll wait for the delay, too. Oh, what? Hang on, why is my news channel popping off? Released an updated Warframe on iOS. I just read that. Oh, y'all deleted, I see. Y'all reposted it. Once a turn? I mean, it is just tapped, so you can't even lift together until your next turn. Yeah? He's gotten really quiet. Yeah, I introduced this curveball and he just vanishes. Oh, okay. The effect doesn't really let you splash them into citizens. If the asymmetric splash is fine, then it's fine. Simplifying it to just a citizen with Gene Stamp is better. I could add Gene Stamp, though, from a top-down perspective, slow typer, that's fair. From a top-down perspective, not that top-down is the most important part, is that he wouldn't have access to Grineer cloning vats because he defected. So the Grineer would just rather kill him. So the Citizen Synergy, from my point of view, was that he can tap for Lift Together, which no other Grineer can. So he's kind of like the in-between piece, which is what green-white is green-white is in-between. And I'm tried, not with 100% success, but I tried to do that with the rest of these guys too. And so then let's move up to the next one. We have Undying Flyer to a Gruul. He has Reach. Oh shit, he has Wither. I forgot. Hey, we have a red-green with Wither. I forgot I gave him that. He's an infested Grineer, and there's a lot going on for a 2/1 with Reach, Wither, and Gene Stamp, but hear me out. The Undying Flyer is a creature that when you kill it, it turns into a ball of goo, and then if you don't kill the goo, it respawns. So I figured Gene Stamp actually kind of makes sense on this one, because it Gene Stamps itself. It's the mana cost. The mana cost is the deal. He's not doing too much on the infested side, per se. but he can be targeted by infested synergies. And Wither. You know, he's doing Wither stuff. This is also the only Grineer adjacent creature that has Gene Stamp. Because, like, the Auric and Grineer don't have Gene Stamp, and Kavor Defector don't have it. This would be the one that does. Yeah. I mean, 2 mana, or 2/1 Reach, Wither, Gene Stamp on turn 4. Did I say 2 mana? 2/1 for 4 mana. So he's not very aggressive in terms of getting him out on the battlefield. And, well, I guess the Infested synergy is that he makes a great Infested Aura target. Because you give him +2/+2, and now he's Withering for 4. You know. And if you screw up and you kill him, you get to try again. I'm still thinking there should be crossover cards, even if not at common. Even if not at common. Okay. So, I'm on to something with this, at the very minimum. Because this is, an Undying Flyer is an actual unit in the game. It's not, you don't find them very often. They're in, like, a very specific corner. But it is something you can run into. I guess the cover goes up, next up would be Infested Juggernaut. Which you might find fun. Which is an artifact creature, Infested Juggernaut. Infested Juggernaut attacks each combat Fable because he's a Juggernaut. Whenever you create a token, Infested Juggernaut gets +1/-1 until the end of turn. When you create a token. Because red-black token matters. He gets aggro when you make more shit, up to a 5/1 for 3 mana. He's infested Corpus Tech. He's got metallic armor. Well, let's see. On the reds, well, so yeah, like infested want to make token auras. Corpus want to make token treasures. And he's riding the line on that. Yeah. I'm just gonna jiggle in place. I think the common cards should be the glue that gets supported, while the support for them is at uncommon. Okay, so you're saying that so far what you've seen here is that these can be turned up to uncommon. And I don't disagree. That's not a bad idea. Just that that's where we're at mentally. Possibly, even. Okay, well then, with that in mind, there's Errant Spectre, who is a Corpus Ghost, which is a weird thing to talk about. 2/2 Menace at the beginning. He could have flying, but at the beginning of your end step, if you sacrifice an artifact this turn, target opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. That is Artifact-ocrats. Period. Yeah, though, I'd still workshop. Okay, so probably better to consider these 5 for uncommon. However, that is funny, because one of them is a sentient. This is Brachiolist. Ignore this. The reason why this is here is because if I get rid of this, it sorts him totally differently. And I don't know why. It's just something funny about the way hybrid mana works. Anyways, but just imagine like a 2 mana or like a 1 and 2 for a 2/2. When it enters with a Tau counter, put either a flying counter or a lifelink counter on it. You only get one or the other, not both. And if he goes up to uncommon, I can probably workshop that much better then. And there goes my frames. Yippee! So yeah, this is a little crawling sentient. But he can switch between crawling or flying. So I was thinking to make that represented on a card. So the hybrid's moving up to uncommon. Okay. Yeah, all right. And then when I move back into working on uncommon, I can cook them more, which I think would be fair. Whoops. That means I can do crazier shit with them. Which will be fun. Is there a 10 down here? UM10. There is. But I have a 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 available. Yeet. 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 And yeet. Oh, hang on, let me get all the U's down, and then I'll renumber these to 1 through 5. Because I feel like in a as oh my god. Uh-oh. Oh, they're right here. Okay. 1, 2, for some reason it doesn't sort hybrids with golds, which is fine. There we go. Yeah, and so I can make these funnier when I come back to them. Alright, that's cool. Well, I think that's it. I think we reworked the common creatures. And now it's time to start deciding on the other common spells. So, lift together sorcery. I have another sorcery slot here. Potentially 2 instant slots. A free enchantment. Enchantment aura, and then an enchantment quest using the saga frame, but it's not actually a saga. It's a quest using quest counters. There's a cycle of the quests and a cycle of the Eximus auras, and then everything else I can kind of just fill in what needs to get filled in. Yeah? It is, I think at common, there's nothing wrong with just having plain Jane value. So what would a white sorcery want to do? Exile. Path to Exile is uncommon, but that's instant. I don't need it as anything as powerful as Path to Exile. I could reprint Path to Exile, though, in one of my instant slots. Like, that wouldn't... It would be uncommon, but that wouldn't be bad. Whoa, hey, yo. I'm thinking for the common hybrids... White, blue, Tau mana, +1/+1 for each counter on it, other than a +1/+1. Well, if I don't do +1/+1 counters, I don't have to worry about it. Even if it escapes out into the wild, then it's just like a really funny uncommon you can use in your counters deck. Because I have some Jared Carthelian funny moments that that spam +1/+1 counters on him. Blue-black artifact that's wait, hang on. Yeah, blue-black artifact that sacrifices itself. Okay, that gives me ideas. Black-red that creates a treasure token that then infests it. I don't know if I could get that to I don't know if I could pull a property from Warframe to put an image to that. I don't think that's a thing I could find. Red, green, wither, for sure. For sure. Grenier Citizen, okay. Because we don't run across any, like, infested treasures. Ah. So what do Sisters of Parvos do? No. I mean, they can make treasure tokens, but why would they be in, black, red, black, red, black, red. It can represent a lot of things. I'm trying to think of like an infested unit that would care to that have anything to do with treasure, or mana generation, or anything like that. And it doesn't click. Nothing's like coming straight to my brain yet. I'm trying to think about the planet of Deimos, though. That's where most likely we're going to find cool shit. Like, there's some of that underground stuff. Is there a mission where you race to get a MacGuffin before the infested do? Not exactly like that. There is a MacGuffin where you go into, like, an Orican derelict and you try to get a MacGuffin out of a vault, and there just happens to be infested there, but the infested have nothing to do with the MacGuffin. They just live there because nobody goes there. Black Red could represent failing that mission, possibly. It doesn't have to be a creature. Like, a cycle doesn't always have to be the same permanent type. Or the same spell type, even if it fits the cycle. There's a, Black Red. Enchant Land. It's the Orican Vault. No, I don't like where that's going. Enchanted Land is a 2/2 infested creature in addition to its other types. Blech. But like, okay, like Orican Artifact. It would be the vault itself would be the artifact. I guess I could make the vault a treasure, but it comes in infested colors. Because it can also infest stuff, or enters the battlefield with an infested counter on it. No. When it enters the battlefield, make an infested creature. 0/0 black infested creature token with an infested token on it. Tap sacrifice this red-black artifact. Make, 3 treasures, and then make a bunch of infested units on the opponent's board. These are, like, really loose connections, and I'll think of something. That's for later. I think there are ways to do it, but that's for later. Arlo's Flame. Give me a second. Wait a minute. Whoop, hang on. Interesting. Arlo is a mysterious figure introduced in Nightwave Series 2, The Emissary. Known as the Emissary of Eris, Arlo is a survivor of the infestation within an unusual healing ability. Okay. Arlo is a young mute boy who is a survivor of the infestation and was thought to have died 3 years before his discovery by Kenga on the desolate infested planet of Eris. He has the ability to cure others of a seemingly unending variety of sicknesses by his touch, and thus gained a group of loyal followers who were devoted to spread his healing word. Kenga joined Arlo's cause as a speaker and right-hand man, amassing zealots for an assembly where Arlo will break his silence. During the assembly, Kenga laughed at the devoted like a maniacal madman as Arlo opened his mouth, and revealing a disturbing sight, a mass of pointed black infested tongue-like tendrils. Nor Knight concludes the series with the notion that Arlo is probably an evolved strain of the infestation used as a lure under the guise of healing, which was actually a virus that would secretly assimilate his cured to the infested. The healed Kenga had all along been a part of the infested hive mind and was working to amass more victims to Arlo's cause, building an army of the infested as they would go on to raid the entire origin system via Orc and Derelicts, but made Warframes and Tenno the prime target of Arlo's zealots due to their immunity to the infestation. Meanwhile, perhaps due to Arlo's and Kenga's actions, an infested mass on Eris began to stir. Wait, what? We didn't catch that part. I don't remember that part. I was there for that, and I don't remember that last line. We know about the introduction. I know about the sound effects. The second, yeah, thank you for the diorama. I would like to get to the flame. Arlo bears resemblance to a Solaris people, particularly his head being attached. Yeah. Possesses glowing eyes similar to Niwa's eyes. They both have, Arlo's ingrown infestation could reference John Carpenter's The Thing, in which the thing assimilates. Yeah. There we go. Arlo's flame. Is that not a... Can we not talk about that? Is that not a... Do we not have... So, there's an item called Arlo's Flame used in one of the infested boss fights, and as long as the infested are in control of this flame, they have indestructible. You cannot harm them as long as they are in control of the flame. But if you kill the guy carrying the flame and then you grab it, infested nearby instantly become vulnerable to damage, and that's how you fight the boss, is you gotta bring the flame close to him. I think that flame would actually make for a good treasure. Create a treasure token and an infested token attached to it. I think that would make for a great treasure, is Arlo's Flame. Zealoid Prelate, which is the boss fight that the Arlo's Flame shows up in. It wields the Path Assist, Infested Glaive, and upon death it drops the components. Thank you. Awesome. Tell me about the flame. Prelate has access to multiple abilities. Cool. Awesome. Prelate teleports to the center of the room and drains the health of nearby infested where players have... Yep. After catching up to the Prelate, a red extermination waypoint, which only units... Which are the... Yeah, Zealoid Bastions, which are the only units that are not invulnerable. Once the Bastion is killed, they will drop a lamp containing Arlo's Flame, marked by a blue waypoint, which strips said invulnerability within its radius. The lamp may be picked up, making the effect mobile. What is... I still don't know what... Like, lore-wise, we don't know what that flame is. That way it counts as 2 tokens. Oh. So it's like a spell. I see. Arlo's Flame. You know, red-black. Create a treasure token and an infested token attached to that token. Ooh. 2 mana, make a 2/2 treasure-infested creature. That would be kind of fun. Radius of the lamp diminishes with time. When the Prelate has sustained enough damage, that's the boss fight summary. Extermination waypoints are linked. Infested will disappear when the enemies come within 10 line. Is not affected by looting abilities. Takes enough damage because of rolls. It is recommended to drop the lamp and leave its light radius to avoid getting blinded and knocked down. Makes this fight easier. Trivia! Seems to be a combination of the term Zealot and Oid, resembling or having the likeness. Refers to the fact that the Zealot is a new kind of being with a resemblance to a Zealot. Okay, whatever. With no lore on the flame. No, we don't know what the Arlo's Flame does. We have no idea what that does. Even after all these years, we've gotten no lore on Arlo's Flame. Okay, so potentially a spell, sorcery, makes a treasure token, makes an infested creature attached to that token. Token. So probably like a red black, like two hybrids, two Rakdos hybrid. Simple. That could probably do for later. What is my current red black? It was a Juggernaut, right? And he's a payoff for that, not actually able to do it on his own. So I might move Juggernaut over to one of the existing colors at uncommon. Anyways, sorcery. I feel like we need some kind of exile in white. White. Draw card. I want to see what comes up here because we've gotten a couple cards that can't trip now. There was like that in legendary. There was an enchantment creature dog, and a couple other things now. Like a 2-mana 1/1 draw card. Lorn of the Third Path, no. Yeah, I know about Mangara. Alms Collector's interesting. I did not know that. Why exile? Just a white thing to do, you know. Get rid of a problem on the board. So, you know, some basic middle road generic value commons to help kind of support everything else. And I could flavor that as, you know, falling into the void. Equip creature you control dies, draw a card, but that, no, I don't. There we go. Repel the Darkness. For 3 mana, you can tap up to 2 darker creatures and draw a card. So something along those lines. I mean, I meant as opposed to destroy. I mean, I could still have destroy options. I absolutely could. It just feels more white to exile than any other color. And I could put destroy under, like, black. Typically black is the destroy color. Usually. Sometimes white will destroy. But black likes to do targeted destruction, and white likes to do targeted exile. Blue likes to do targeted counter. Red likes to do burn. Green, exists. Yeah. Green, I guess green, gets you mana. You dig? You dig, Diggy Dog? So what, like 2 mana exile target creature? Exile target non-land permanent? Oh, but that could get rid of battles. And I want battle removal to be battle specific. Like, hey, if you can exile target battle, I want it to say exile target battle, not just exile. So maybe I hold off on that. And probably not a common either. If you're gonna fuck with battles, let's do that uncommon. White usually has answer that can be answered, while green uses its creatures as its answers. Right. Well, let's see here. If white's going to do something at instant speed, it needs to be able to be responded to. Sometimes. At common, white would destroy attacking or blocking creatures. That is the thing I tend to see at common. is punishing combat. Of course, that would be instant. Okay. Yeah, okay, so creature destruction. We'll get a name for it later. That's what the parentheses are for, is there's just no name yet. Destroy target attacking or blocking creature. And, what is that? A 1 white? Because this is instant. Okay. Can they? That should be on a sorcery. Draw a card should be on the sorcery, right? White's only gotten a little bit of that, and I don't think it does it at instant speed, does it? It usually draws card at sorcery speed, if it's allowed to draw a card at all. Oh, wait, no, there is some instant speed card draw. Whoa, really? Oh, shit. This isn't a graveyard set, nor will it have a lot of non-battle, non-planeswalkers with indestructible. Right, okay. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Okay, well then, 1 for the color, 1 for the draw, and 1 for the instant. Because let's see, Niveus Wisps is a 1 mana instant. Target creature becomes white until the end of turn, and tap that creature. Becomes white until the end of turn really doesn't matter, but tapping that creature is, you know, like half a mana, and then draw a card. So I would say that's, at instant speed, is actually, like, wow, above curve. Yeah. Isn't it usually 1 and a white that you get to nuke a creature at sorcery speed? Afterlife, 2 and a white, destroy target creature, can't be regenerated. Its controller gets a 1/1. Wow, that's a lot of mana for that downside. Oh yeah, white has conditional destruction, like of sizes and stuff. Oh wow, what the fuck? Divine Verdict, 3 and a white, destroy target attacking or blocking creature. This is objectively better Divine Verdict. But is Divine Verdict a bad card? It's older. It's common. Immolating Glare is an uncommon for 2 mana. Destroy all creatures, destroy all creatures, destroy target attacking creature. Just in Time is a rare. That's not a real card, that's a custom. Nearly fucking got me, though. Okay. Okay, destroy target tapped creature for 3 mana. At uncommon, you can do 4 mana to destroy target attacking creature at green 3 life. I'm seeing lots of hints that this needs to go up 1 mana. This needs to be 4 instead of a 3. A lot of the common creature destruction in white is typically 4 mana. Destroy target creature with toughness 4 or greater. Color of the culprit, that's 3 and a white. Light of Hope. Doesn't actually do anything that I'm looking for. Target attacking creature for 4. Yeah, gain life equals to its power. Whoop. Yeah, 4, 5, 3, 4, 2 with an extra condition, 1 with an even worse condition. Okay, yeah, no, that's, this needs to be a 4. That needs to be a 4. Because I tacked draw a card onto the end of that, and I think that makes it go up by 1. it's the surprise. Eximus Arctic. Actually, I can get this out of the way super quick. Because you can only have 4 of these. Scryfall. Yeah, I probably should. I've just been too lazy. Enchanted creature has... Give me a second, because... Since this Eximus is a literal sphere of ice, I feel like Sphere of Safety would be a good card to copy here, without going so hard. Creatures can't attack you or planeswalker you control unless their controller pays 1. Creatures can't attack you or a... Oh, planeswalker or battle you control? Can I make this have battle interaction? Wait, the cantrip's undercosted? Wait, so 2 white, destroy target attacking or blocking creature, draw a card. Undercosted. So you're telling me 5. You know, that's starting to look like a bad card. For 5 mana, maybe I just drop the cantrip. You know what I'm saying? Drop the... Okay. Okay, then this is about on par with the 4 mana destroy target attacking blocking creature. Cool. Yeah, not worth it to do kicker. Creatures can't attack you. A planeswalker. Unless they pay 1. Yeah, fine. I'll do 3 and a white. Okay. A planeswalker. Or a permanent. Deck you. Or a battle you... Is it called defend or protect? Siege. Protect. There we go. Snow of Safety. Snow of Safety is one option here. Wait, you? A planeswalker you control or a battle you protect. There we go. And it's 1. Because you can get up to 4 of these out. So this is option 1, I was thinking. Ow! This is like a weaker version of propaganda. You, planeswalker you control. You, planeswalker you control. Or a battle... Okay, so I almost had it right. There we go. I'm back. Welcome back. So this is like worse propaganda because the enchantment doesn't write on its own. You have to enchant a creature, which opens this up to creature removal. And 1. So I think that justifies this being a common, is there's enough downsides on this I just need to make sure that, you know, like... Oh, A planeswalker. I was right! I was right! Yippee! I won one! That sounds annoying as fuck. Well, there can only ever be 4 of these, which does make it more expensive, but you would have to basically have 2 out to have a propaganda. I don't want it to be as oppressive as propaganda, that's the deal. Mostly meant the extraneous or. Right. Creatures can't attack you, a planeswalker you control, or a battle you protect, unless their controller pays 1 for each of those creatures. And so you're trying to get... So, the Arctic Eximus is an enemy unit that literally creates a giant dome of ice around it and walks around with that giant dome of ice, which will block incoming projectiles for any enemies that are being covered by the dome of ice. And so, that's one version of how this could work. Sphere of Safety was my first thought. Oh man, my fingies are crunchy. And then having something that says, "Hey, you can't attack my battles." I think that'd be kind of cool. I think that'd be fun to have like a little battle interaction, you know? Because I was planning some common battles, uncommon battles for Frost Shield 3rd ability. Yeah, the Arctic Eximus is literally Frost's 3. Yeah. So and this would be it on the card is the Arctic Eximus aura. Hell, you could enchant Frost with it. It's technically a flavor fail, but well, no, I guess it would be a flavor win. And draft there is no rule of 4. Instead, you can run as many as you pull from your packs. Really? That's not what I was told. That's new to me. I was always told that draft was a 4 of. Is this something new, or did my local draft tell me otherwise? Ghostly Prison effects are too much for common. Well, see, that was one thing I wanted to check. Ghostly Prison. Ghostly Prison, it's, well, And that's why I want to argue about this one. Because you're probably right, but it is an uncommon for 2 and a white. But Ghostly Prison works differently than this one does. This one is half, and you have to enchant a creature, which opens it up to removal. Local draft was mistaken. It was mistaken for a long time, I'll tell you what. So Ghostly Prison is a 2 for the same amount of mana. If you draft 5 copies, you can run all 5. The trick is drafting 5 or more. Right. Mm-hmm. They can't attack you unless they pay. Well, so, okay, so right now, this is for each of those creatures. It could be that there's just like a one-time payment. I could make it so it doesn't stack. You know, unless their controller pays 4. And then that's it. It's just too grindy for common. It is pretty grindy. Even if I say... That's not even for each of those creatures. That's a good comment, like 5 buckaroos. Okay. Okay, well that was one option, because it genuinely, you know, was physically a sphere. So then, what's another option to maintain this at common? Creatures attacking you, a planeswalker you control, or a battle you protect have -1/-0. Is that too much? To reduce the incoming power of attacking creatures? Because the shield would be like reducing the incoming damage. You can only control one of those. I feel like this still runs away. You gain that much life. But at common, I would say that would be uncommon for sure. Yeah, let me look some stuff up here. I could give Enchanted Creature Defender as like a downside, and then an upside ability. Okay, hang on. I'm cooking. Give me a sec. Life gain to partially make up for attack damage is less oppressive than making it harder to attack at all. Wait a minute. Where's pacifism? Pacifism. Pacifism? Okay, that's 2 mana. So if I do 3 mana, but it's still allowed to block... Creatures you control have +0/+1. So this is utility. A utility aura. This is pacifism at home. Yeah? And I have a period here when I should not. Board anthems are also uncommon. Okay. Let me check our Wither Boy real quick. +1/+1 in Wither. Okay, you know what? I was just trying to go too powerful. Just fuck it, man. +0/+2. Except I think I did that back. I did that the other way around, didn't I? Gets +0/+2 and has Defender. Okay, how about that? Looking at it now, that looks a bit more on board with what Wither wants to do. And block any number of creatures. Okay, maybe. Possibly. That'd be another angle on that. Drawback. Oh, sorry. Like your creatures with flying, except lose those keywords. No, because there are flying Arctic Eximus. That's a real thing. So no. My thought is this says enchant creature, not enchant creature you control. So you can actually use Defender to shut down an attacking creature. Be like, oh no, if that hits me next turn, I'm dead. Well, I'm gonna beef it up and make it an Arctic Eximus now. I thought that'd be kind of funny. So you can use it as a blocker on your end or to turn an enemy's attacker into a blocker on their end. So this is like really shitty pacifism. Makes sense, like no ward, no nothing for your creatures. If it's enchanting a creature you control. Oh, so your creatures with flying lose those keywords. Oh, so the downside would be it would shut down half of your board. Nah. That's a little much. I think just +2/+0 in Defender. Guard duty. Guard duty. I think I know this card. I actually do think I know this one. Enchanted creature has Defender. 1 mana, enchanted creature has Defender. Well, then that's a 1/1. That is a 1/1, my guy. That is a 1/1. Fucking guard duty. I forgot about that. I genuinely forgot that card existed. I thought I was treading new ground here. I'll fucking take it, though. Archetype of imagination. Yeah. Yeah, that one's cracked, though. But that's kind of in the opposite direction, though. It's not a downside for you. It's an upside for you. What is the reverse of archetype of imagination, where your opponents get flying and you lose flying? What does that look like? I think, okay. 1 and a white, Arctic Eximus. I was told this was standard issue. Do I look standard to you? Yeah, we'll hang on to that there. So you can use it to defend your own shit, or sounds useless for that much. Oh no, Vlad, that card is crazy. That card will break games. You don't understand. That makes your board that like the archetype of imagination. It's one of the game breaker ones. For 6 mana, you make all of your shit unblockable. Mass ability removal is not common appropriate. Right, yeah. No. Archetype of imagination should be a rare. To make all of your shit unblockable like that is crazy. Yeah, but there's still reach. And, okay, how many people run reach? How often do you see reach? If you're a go-wide battleship player, how much reach is gonna stop you, you know? Sure, the spider deck. Oh no. I did. You're one of the good ones. Yeah. Make a white fog spell. No! I'm in commons! You keep suggesting shit for silver bordered rares. Oh, hell no. Yeah. Everyone's just shutting him down. Oogly boobly. Hello, Jolly. Boogly. Well, I know I like boobly. I'm a fan of boobly. Pretty sure fog. I think regular fog is common, but that's because it's a green thing. Yeah, regular fog is an instant at common because it's what green wants to do. For white to prevent combat damage at that scale, it has to jump through hoops. Has to jump through a lot of hoops, actually. I don't see a lot of damage prevention in white. Yeah, no, white's version of fog is Teferi's protection. That's why people scoop when they see it. Riot control is 2 and a white. You gain 1 life for each creature that your opponents control. Prevent all damage that would be dealt to you this turn. So that's fog for triple the cost. When was the last time they printed fog? I don't fucking know, man. It's been a while. They've been printing fog on Spore Frog, and that was as far back as Modern Horizons. Spore Frog is a 1 mana 1/1. You sacrifice it and fog. I see fog on M13, but I think there's a more recent one on Time Spiral Remaster? Eternal Masters? Something like that. I hate Spore Frog. Yeah. So no. No fog. Fog was in Eternal Masters. Okay. Okay, so I was right about that. So it's been a minute. It's been a bit of a minute, yeah. Spore Frog is where the fog at now, because Spore Frog is you know, could be creature removed. Let's see. I've still got a white sorcery, instant, and enchantment slot open here. And I'd like to fill those up before moving down to... Oh my god, blue's gonna... Oh, shit. What could, like, a base-ass white enchantment do? Enchant land, it adds an additional 1. White enchantment. Let's see. There's actually some basic enchantments. A lot of those are auras, though. No, I don't want Angelic Gift. I don't need more auras. All that glitters is an aura. I'm sorry, Oblivion Ring used to be yeah, it used to be common? Wait. Oblivion Ring, 2 and a white. When Oblivion Ring comes into play, remove another target non-land permanent from the game. Return the remove card under its own... I'm thinking Detention Sphere. I was thinking Detention Sphere. My bad. Detention Sphere is the one that goes wide. What about making that enchantment lower damage and to 1 unless they pay? No, not a common. Yeah, I need to think that, like, white effects are not common things to do. Echoing Eidolon, that's not even a real card. Let's see. There are a lot of enchantments are rare. So maybe I keep it simple. Think of a simple enchantment. Something simple and basic and white. Yeah, Anthem effects, those seem to be in rare. I think I want to steal from green. I have an idea. I want to check something. Enchant land. I want to steal from green. I didn't want another aura, but I think it's time. Okay, that's common. Uh-huh. Whoa. Tutors a Forma on entry. Probably tutors a Forma. Probably. That's a common? I think Trace of Abundance is a bit under... is a bit under curve there. But I have an idea. I'm just going to take a peek at what something happens in green real quick. Okay. Okay. The common auras are typically better with enchant creature than enchant land. You are not incorrect, and I may go that way. But green has a lot of enchant land, get bonus mana. And I kind of want to try something in white, so hear me out. I want to do white's version of this without making it too powerful. Keep it away from what green does. I'm sorry, what the fuck? Its controller adds an additional 2 mana on any combination of colors. A common? What the fuck? So let's try this. Additional 1. Well, hang on, but no, at least look at this. You're right. White doesn't often ramp. You're not wrong. White doesn't usually get to ramp ahead. So one thought was generic plus sacrifice a land when this enters. Because I think the only other times I see white doing mana ramp is when it's when it's already part of a Naya color pairing. So it's borrowing from green to do that there. So probably not just raw ramp. So then life gain feels too generic. Make it gain life instead of extra mana and you're fine. I was about to say other life gain maybe, life gain no, life gain yes. Its controller gains 1 life. Oh, Plains of Eidolon. Yeah, the corpse of the sentient mothership there. That would be it? Okay, that means I can make this, like, really low-costed, then. I can make this, like, super low-costed. I don't think this one needs Tau mana. Whoops. 2 is right above white. Don't mind me. Paying them 1 life for Tau mana. Aha! Yeah, I get you. Okay, I understand now. Got it. So this is how you can get around. So white helps you cast sentience, and white is one of the main sentient colors. Got it. That's the second time we've seen that. That's actually pretty good. Wow. All right. No, okay. Well, I'll just do, I thought about doing something about making this like a Tau mana and then putting a Tau effect in here, but no, I won't do that. I got an instant and a sorcery. instant creature destruction. Can white deal damage to target attacking creature? Well, let me just open up a list of white sorceries and see what pops up. Maybe that gives me an idea. I don't see why it can't. It's a bit of a stretch for white to do burn, but that would be under the list of conditions where it sounds like it should. I keep seeing exile shit for white, though. Angelic Edict. 4 to white. Exile target creature or enchantment. Actually, we'll do that. Hang on. I already know what I'm going to call it. Orokin Edict. 4 to white, or do I do... Or do I do 5 and white? Do I go whole hog? Exile target creature. No, I'll do 4 white. Exile target creature. Well, exile target creature, but I could also target another type. That could be enchantments. If I'm allowed to exile enchantments, you could zap the enchantment auras of Infested, which is a good thing. I think that's a good thing to have, because right now there's nothing that reins in the Infested mechanic yet. That also means you can zap the quests. Do I want to do artifacts? Or do I save artifact destruction for red-green? Edict is reserved for black spells and forces. Well, hang on. Hang on a second. Am I looking at a real card here? Angelic Edict is a card. Or did they change it since they made Angelic Edict? 2/2 artifact creature. No, but I see what you're coming up with. I see where you're going. I'm picking up what you're putting down, and maybe that's not in white. Hang on. Because Orokin glassing. Nihil's glassing. There we go. The Orokin, not executor, but executioner. He would glass people and turn them into cephalons. A 2/2 artifact creature, probably not. It would probably be like a 0/2. And because I'm giving them a creature, I can actually lower the cost a little bit here. What was the one where you fucking gift them some shit? What is that called? Fucking elephant gift. Generous gift. Okay, that's destroy target permanent, which is different than exiling. Generous gift, yeah. I think there was a green version too. So I need to consider generous gift in terms of relativeness here. That's an uncommon, but it's instant. So we probably turn that up to be common. Even though this is a sorcery and it needs to be sorcery speed. Exile target creature. Angelic Edict is the only exception. Okay. Well, fair enough. I could do target creature tap. Target creature or enchantment. Lose all abilities and come back as a 0/2 artifact creature. I might just give him a treasure token. Considering that when you're glassed, you're basically put into an oubliette. Your soul is transferred into one. You can never leave. Your body's turned to useless glass. This is an Orcan, by the way, this is an Orcan execution method from back during the Orcan Empire. You mean Minimus Containment? Let me take a look at that. That would be a good reference. Minimus Containment. That's not too dissimilar, but that's an enchantment. Okay. That's not too dissimilar. It could definitely use the alias here. I know what you're talking about. I want to see if I can avoid this in the draft side of the set. Or, you know, be as close to as avoiding that in the draft side of the set. Turn them into a power stone. Wait, yeah. Hang on, that's better. That's infinitely better. Because we don't have that. Ooh, Power Stone. Hey, hang on. We're cooking. That's what makes this one different. This mana can't be spent to cast, but it's a tapping it, not sacrificing it. Why? Flavor. And it can't be spent to cast a non-artifact spell. Right? Exile target creature, its controller makes a power stone. Oh, you're asking, you had aliases a draft. You're talking, did they? Did Lord of the Rings have draft aliases? I actually do not know this. I have not drafted Lord of the Rings. Let me, hello? Whoops. Did they? Lord of the Rings alias? Or was that the commander deck? I genuinely do not know. I'm not trying to be facetious here. I am trying to find out. This is not helpful, is it? No. Thanks about the one ring. We only need them. Uncommon, land cyclers, rare, legendary, Aragorn, Gandalf, Saruman. Uh-huh. It's just flavor text for the card name. Yeah, but if I can't be creative, you know, it's not the end of the world. It's not. It's certainly not. I'm just trying to. It's sort of like a challenge. I want to see if I can avoid it. And by making a power stone, that's kind of better. Because it's not just that you get put into a stone and then you can be released like the D&D spell. I mean, this is flavor, okay? So, you know, kneecap me here. But it's that you're hit with a beam of technological magic that turns your body into glass and then transfers your soul into an oubliette that then you are then functionally an AI that is designed to, you know, that is, you either are imprisoned as that for the rest of your life or you're reworked to be, the Power Stone is just an Archon shard. Okay, no. But I could do the oubliette. um, you're like, you become someone's AI after that point, and there's no going back. So exiling target creature, its controller creates a Power Stone token. It's an artifact with add colorless, can't be spent to cast non-artifact spells. Ironically, that synergizes with sentience, as sentience can hijack cephalons. Sorcery speed, 3 and a white. Maybe this goes up to 4 and a white. The Archon shards can be equipment depending on the color. The Archon shards scare me because there's 6 of them. They concern me. Definitely I'm going to reserve the Archon shards for the commander deck if I even make them a thing. If they even become a thing, they'd be on the commander deck, not here. I highly suggest the Minimus Containment Alias instead because Power Stones aren't otherwise used in the set, and we could use the Treasure Synergy. This does have the Artifactocrat synergy on the back end of it if you target somebody's deck that's doing that shit. You can only spend that mana to create a non-artifact spell. You're right. I definitely don't want to be making treasures in white, because that infringes on Corpus, who are definitely not white. Power Stone version can go in the commander deck. Yeah. That just means I'm running 4 enchantments at common. And only 1 sorcery. Huh. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. 2 and a white. Hello? Aura. Wow. Enchanted permanent is a treasure artifact with... yeah. And it loses all other abilities. And then I'll do the reminder text. If it was a creature, it's no longer a creature. Keep the draft up, you know? Reading the card explains the card. Reading the card explains the card. Enchant non-land permanent. Enchanted permanent is a treasure artifact with tap, sacrifice artifact, add artifact, add 1 mana of any color, comma, and it loses all other abilities. Minimus Containment. Well, cat's out of the bag now. All right. Okay. Fair enough. It's glassing. Now, I should move this down with all the other enchantments, so this will become a 13. And 13 will become an 11. There we go. Now they're still ordered. All right. Can't wait for the commander set you make. You're going to be waiting a while. But I am excited to try it. I am excited to try some shit. Because I want each commander deck I make to have totally unique and never-before-seen mechanics. And I was thinking for Narmer, they could put a Veil counter on creatures and then control all creatures with Veil counters on them. You know, shit like that, because that's what they do, is they put the fucking brain control device on your face. Oh yeah, no, if I have the chance to reprint main set mechanics into the commander decks, I will. Obviously, the Sentients are going to get some reprints in the Narmer deck. What else was the Duviri deck is 5 colors, but I'm gonna make it care about monocolor things happening. And I'm gonna try to make it not stacksy. Then what was the other one? Oh, Murmur. Murmur is gonna be colorless. I want to see if I can make that deck bend the rules and like break laws. I just want green blue. No! I've seen what green blue can do. All right. They keep making Simic too powerful, and I shall not add to that. Absolutely not. Then the next deck would either be like Tenno Tribal or 1999 shenanigans. Simic is fine. Simic can go die. If they never make another powerful Simic commander ever again, Simic is still too powerful. Grixis is fun, too. Grixis can be fun. Grixis is fun for everyone. Particularly because I run a Nicol Bolas deck of Planeswalkers and Steal Your Stuff. Instant. White instant. White instant. Oh, you do that too? Yeah, I wrote all the Nicol Bolas walkers. The commander is Nicol Bolas creature, and not the old one, the flip walker. And then I put a shit ton of other planeswalkers in that in his colors. Plus, I get to steal all your shit. That's it. It's a bad deck. It's slow as shit. It sucks. I love it. I love playing Arch Enemy with that deck. Because I got the Nicol Bolas Arch Enemy cards. So that's, you know. Yeah, you know, you gotta. Instant. So we've got like flexible creature removal, but also kind of ramp if you're crazy. Because that can enchant your shit too. I just realized that. Wait a minute. I've stolen everyone's commanders in one game. You need to convert it to Oathbreaker deck. Hey, this can enchant other auras, right? Like, infested auras? I don't think you'd ever want to do that, but you can enchant the aura, it becomes an artifact treasure with no other types, pops off, and then you lose the creature, or whatever it was that you had enchanted. I don't know, that's weird. That's weird. Probably not worth it, but it would be funny. Because it says, is a treasure artifact, so it loses enchantment aura. Yeah, and then all other abilities. Yeah, it's no longer an aura, so it doesn't auto-destroy it. Yeah, so you can enchant what the infested, like the actual infestation itself, and you could, like, rescue one of your permanents with this card. That's kind of weird. Oh. But enchanted permanent is a treasure, so then the aura would still be owned by whoever made it. But you could... Oh my god. If he infests one of your shit and then there's some spell that nerfs infested and you're like, oh no, I want my creature back, you can Nihil's Glassing the aura on your shit to then remove the aura and uninfest it. And then the opponent's aura is functionally a treasure for them now. And then if they remove the Nihil's Glassing, the aura gets destroyed. That's actually super funny. The infested auras like have a lot of weird synergies. And I really want to see like how that plays out. All right, we have spent like hours here. White instant, and I could come back to this, you know. Could I do another creature destruction? Three blue enchant, gain controls. Nah. I know about those controllers you're talking about, the corruptors. But, Void Fissure. Void Fissure. That would probably be like a wide instant. It's a rupture between this realm and, the Void. Huh. I think Doomscar is at rare, and it comes with a secondary ability I don't want to add to the set. Doomscar. Yeah, it's got Foretell, and I don't want Foretell. At rare, too. So, no. No. Yeah, no, Void Fissure, probably not a common. I think I could do Void Fissure to replace, like, Wrath of God or something. Holy shit, refused to yield. What the fuck? +2, +7? I know that's uncommon, but goddamn. Oh, I have an idea. I need an Ikoria card. Hang on. I know what to look for. I know what to look for. I know what to look for. There's 2 cards. Oh, I just had 2. I had a second idea. I had a second idea. Oh, God, I just got 2 ideas. Give me a sec. Don't put a board wipe. Yeah, obviously. And that's why I was saying that's like, that needs to be at rare, like a Wrath of God. Give me a sec. Was it Take Flight? No. White car. Spontaneous Flight. 2 and a white. Target creature gets +2/+2 until the end of turn. Put a flying counter on it. That's option A. Option B is Ephemerate. And that would just be like a straight, if I do option B, that's a straight. Hang on, I'm just gonna do it. Because I saw Ephemerate when I went to go search for Spontaneous Flight. And Ephemerate has inset synergies here. Yeah, Ephemerate. Just Ephemerate. Good. We're back to this. We're back to this chicanery. It just reconnected for no reason, and now I've got no fucking frames. Love that. Awesome. Well, for while I still have you... You're still here? Oh, Limbo's ability. That would be like a good Teferi's Protection. No Ephemerate. It has Rebound. Is Rebound really so bad if it shows up on 1 card? Because the idea behind Ephemerate was that you could hit a Grenier with it. Oh my god, my fucking internet. God damn. Well, how about this? We'll finish this card, and then that will end the stream here. Whatever this ends up being. I'm thinking option A, some Ephemerate or a version of Ephemerate. Oh shit, that would be fucking Limbo's ability. Hang on. Banish. Is Banish a card in MTG? Banish, because Limbo's power is just Banish. Banishment, Blade, Banish, Banishing Light. I'm not doing another enchantment. There's no just MTG. Well, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. Let me see. Where is Scryfall? Not a set mechanic. Okay, fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. Because Modern Horizons is a modern set and not a standard set, so it's not as narrow. Yeah, banish. Scryfall, what do you got for me? Banish your priest, banishing light, banish from Idoras, banishing knack, banishing slash, banishment. There is no just banish. Good, we're gonna do it. We're gonna run it. I don't care that it's similar. Remove rebound. This is Limbo's ability, banish. I was about to ask about draw a card. I was about to ask about draw a card. I was about to, and then up that to 1 and a white. Good. Banishment, 1 and a white, instant. Flicker a creature, draw a card. This is Limbo's power. He can do this. The Limbo Warframe. I love it. That's it. We got it. So you banish a Grineer, you make a token. And it's in white, so the Grineer want to use that. I am dropping 50% of my frames. Yippee! Okay, so what we have figured out is that we've gotten all of the common creatures. That's what gave me the idea, Spartan, is that you posted his ultimate, his Cataclysm, and I'm like, I can't do that at common. But what I can do at common is his first ability, his weakest power. That would work here. I probably won't do Cataclysm on Limbo, at least as a spell. But when I do Limbo, I might give him Teferi's Protection built into his text box, which is phasing. One more thing! What's up? Oh, wait, shit. Wait, I didn't make the quest yet. We're 1 card down. Well, we almost did all the white commons. What's one more thing? Limbo Planeswalker. No. Hard rule. The Tenno or the Planeswalkers. Hard rule. Just because Limbo can phase in and out of reality does not mean he gets Planeswalking. In fact, he's closer to having phasing. What the hell? Oh, joy. I'll have to deal with that later. To better fit the name, make it exile until end of turn. It's you're right. The banish does take a second to come back. You're right. Exile target creature until the end of turn. Target creature phases out. Well, if it phases out, then I don't get the you don't get the Grineer synergy, and you don't get to wipe off its counters. That's the bonus of banishment, is that you remove all counters that they've stacked up. So if you're going up against like an Auric Encounters deck, or like Sentience or something, you can banish them, wipe off all their counters. Fuck, that's actually, wow, I feel smart. I didn't even realize this fucks Sentience. Which is what I want to do. I want to make sure that Sentience always have something that they're weak against, because I'm scared of over-tuning them. And this would be one way to do it. You flicker the Sentient, he comes back, he's got no counters. That would only target your own creatures, though. You're fucking right, god damn it. I was thinking of making defender counters a thing. You're right. Yeah, I had a reminder. I was gonna ask earlier, and then we got on the tangent of flickering a creature. I was gonna ask earlier, do I add reminder text? And it seems like I do. Enters under its owner's control. Yeah. Because there was no instructions on how it re-enters the battlefield. So I was gonna ask about that. That works. Cool. Banish. Banish. That's a good card. I'd run that. I would run that card. Fuck, that would wipe off all counters in a bad way. Whoops. There it goes. But you still get the benefit of banishing your Grineer. That's still good. I think the reminder text is fine. Because on alternate arts and stuff like that, you can wipe away that reminder text. And it's just kind of assumed. Forgot to change the card. I just did! I know my frames are dog shit and y'all can't see everything I do. Where'd it go? Banish. Yeah, it's there. Oh, exile target creature until the end of turn. That would be a... No, that would be more powerful. That would not be 2 mana. That would be like a 4. Maybe a 3. That would be a different spell, functionally speaking. Oh yeah, ETB effects. There are spells that care about entering. Not a lot, but could do more. There's a thread here. There's a thread. Okay. Quest. I'll do the quests last after we do all the other commons. I'll come back around and do the common quest enchantments. Because I need to figure out which quest will go where, since these are using the Warframe quests. It's only your own creatures. Yep, that's on purpose. You don't understand how powerful Ephemerate can be. Ephemerate sounds like it's bad, but it can be a really strong card. Like, anything that's a downside to one of your creatures, it can get rid of. It can just fix it. Okay. Well, we're going to go ahead and wrap that up. And then hopefully, the next time we do this, we can do the blue commons, because the creatures are done, basically. Where's my control panel? There we go. Well, with my internet in the shitter, I think it's time that we head out today. It is all over the place. God, man, it is so bad. It's so bad. Who am I following today? There's a couple. Ow! Hey! Emslia, Pawn. That's Pal World. Wow. There's a lot of people are streaming right now. Milkblade! We're rating out the Milkblade. Yoink! I haven't rated Milkblade in a while. He's speedrunning the Bionicle game. The old one. He holds a few world records too. Cool dude. Anyways, updates. Use code Makuta at glitchenergy.com to get 10% off your order. Glytch Energy sells a sugar-free powdered energy drink. No calories, no crash. That's spelled with a Y. Exclamation point merch will take you to my merch store. I've got my logo on a couple of shirts and hoodies and beanies and like desk mats and stuff. You can get yourself something nice and support me at the same time. Then there is, of course, make sure you're in my Discord to get updates about when I go live. I hope to play a video game tomorrow. Maybe. Maybe my graphics card will comply. Who knows? Then, if I do, it'll be another Crab's Treasure. Otherwise, if I have GPU issues, we'll be back on the Magic set. Unless my life gets in the way and I can't stream tomorrow, which just seems to be a random occurrence these days. Then I think that's about it. So otherwise, we'll go ahead and get wrapped up. Everybody, thank you so much for coming out and hanging out and having a good time. I appreciate seeing all of you here. And I will catch you all on the flip side. Bye-bye! 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 Why is it not going? Bye-bye! Yeah.